Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. We love designer fabric here at Sewing Street. From the vibrant colours of Kay Facet and Tula Pink to the classic designs of Liberty and William Morris and contemporary fabric by Tim Holtz. We're also proud to have wonderful guest designers in the Sewing Street family who share their patterns and designs with us. So we're celebrating our love of designers with Designer Week from Monday the 21st to Sunday the 27th of June. Join us for plenty of new designer fabrics from Kay Facet, Tula Pink, Liberty, Anna Maria Horner, Riley Blake and much more. As well as projects and inspiration live from 8 AM to 1 PM on Freeview Channel 72, Sky 670, YouTube and Facebook Live. Check out the programme guide on our website for details on what's on each day.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street on this lovely day. Is it a lovely day out there? It wasn't too bad when I left this morning. Yes, so who was that in Dorset that's just said that? Linda, yes, thank you for that, I think. Anyway, what have we got for you today? We've got lots of lovely things for you today, including a lovely panel with bag. We've got Rebecca here later. But let's start the day as we mean to go on with an absolutely fabulous early bird offer. So the early bird offer, brand new to us here in this little neat box. What is it? It's a box of bobbin savers or bobbin tower. Oh, we've got a little early bird special thing here. So in my little box here, I have got a little tower of bobbin holders. Now, this might seem a bit of a weird thing to have, but if you are like me and you have lots of bobbins with threads in, it is really irritating the way the thread starts coming off the reel, and before you know it, you've got a tangle of threads which you then have to waste. So you just pop them in to the bobbin holder, and by doing that, what you're going to get is you're going to get all those threads neatly captured and not all tangle up and come undone. And you've got enough here for 30. So you've got enough for 30. And as you see, you can take the stack down. So if you were taking some bobbins to a class or something, you can only take the one. Or you can stack them and keep them all neatly together. This is really good. This is brand new to us today. It's $7.99. This is our special price. Now, Kat has been doing some research And on the research, she has found very similar products at slightly more expensive. So $18.99 for a similar product here. That also holds 30 bobbins. And it also catches the threads and you can take the bits off. So it's the same kind of thing. But ours is $7.99 and that one is $18.99. Just saying, just saying. It's really good. You have them by your sewing machine. You can keep your thread. There's nothing worse than running out of a bobbin halfway through a project. So generally speaking, I would always advise to wind 2 bobbins off before you start. Unless you've got this fabulous Juki machine that we sell that you actually can wind a bobbin whilst you're still sewing. Wow. But yes, this is a really useful little gadget to have. Store your bobbins in it. Even if they're empty, store them all together safely. And then you just pop them in. Very easy. It's a little rubber holder. Pop them out again. They do spin if you, I don't know why you'd want them to, but they do if you just wanted to sort of pull it round. And they do untower. I don't know, untower. They all come off. So if you want to take one set to a class, you can do that really easily. Very, very useful. So easy to pop in. I'm just popping that in, just pushing it in. And because it's made out of a soft rubber, it's very easy and it grips. And now once that's in there, this thread will not just start untangling. Another price comparison. So here another one, this time, so it's the same Clover Stack and Store bobbin tower, but £20. So this is a bargain, this really is. Nice little present. It is a lovely little present for yourself. If you sew, you will have bobbins. It's a great place to store them together. It's a great place to load them and then put them in, but it's also a fabulous little gift for a sewing friend. And at $7.99. Boxed, ready to wrap, easy to wrap, no difficulty with wrapping them here. Keep them all organised. 30. So, and of course you can see your thread colours. You could actually have your lights, your darks. You can choose how you use this. Very, very lovely. Now people are buying multiples. So we're down to less than 70 already. That does sound like a lot. But when you think what the original stock was, brand new product like this, that's actually not a lot. So at this price, as we've just shown you, it's so much cheaper. Very, very easy to use. I'll do it again. You can just pull the bobbins out when you want them. Grab them top and bottom. And then to put them in, again, it's very easy. And the point is, not only are you storing them very, very easily, what you're also doing is preventing them all get in a box somewhere and all the threads untangling and then getting tangled up together, which means you waste so much thread. So even if you don't keep it in the tower and you just have one of these in a pencil case, this is great to take with you when you go on courses and workshops. You can just take a little set of bobbins ready to work. So you're not wasting time. You don't have to unthread the machine as you're getting ready to sew, or when you're halfway through a seam, nothing worse than running out of a bobbin, particularly if you then have to unthread and then rethread in order to wind a bobbin. So have one ready. Have at least 2 bobbins round for every project. And of course, if you don't use all of the thread in that project, this is when you store it for a later use. We now have less than 50, so you can see how quickly these are going. So very, very handy. You can unstack the tower if you wish. You can stack it as you like, so you can use one at a time. You could, it wants me to go blue, pink, blue, pink. So let's see if we can do, not that this matters at all, it doesn't make any difference to what you're doing, but it does make it look pretty. No, you're not having blue, blue, pink, pink as well. You're having blue, pink, blue, pink. And you can see I'm just stacking them up. So how you do it is entirely up to you, look. But that's neither here nor there, really. What you can do, it doesn't matter whether you've got the bobbins on the top or a lower layer. If you just, I find it's easy if you grab them top and bottom of the bobbin and you can pull it out easily. Now, if you are in a queue on the phone lines, do sort of hang in there. They will get to you. I mean, I personally love to phone, but you can, of course, order directly on the website or on the app. So if you don't want to do it by phone, you can do it and make sure you get. Now, what you must remember is that you will get post and packing on this first order of £3.95. So the post and packing, £3.95, covers you for the entire day. So it doesn't matter if you order this, check out and that's it. Yes, £3.95 in comparison to the low price of £7.99 sounds a lot, but you will be buying something else later. And when you do, you won't pay any more P&P. It's all done. So that's what is a real bargain. This is why we start off with this lovely thing. And as well as this, now this is really nifty, and you can, if you want to, pop it back in this very neat box, or this sits on a shelf beautifully. Let's move it out of the thing. That will sit on the shelf, all ready for you. You can, as we've said, you can unstack them so you can have one next to your sewing machine, so that's absolutely ready. No, I'm not doing blue, blue, pink, pink, blue, blue. Now, this is the first time we've had this one on air, and as we've shown you with the price comparisons just now, it is a bargain. It really is. It's absolutely fabulous, and it's a great way of storing all your bobbins. Whether they're full or not, you know, store your bobbins neatly so you're not rooting around inside the machine toolkit trying to find your next bobbin. You can wind them in advance, keep them from tangling, and from all the threads wrapping around each other. I mean, we waste so much thread at the exhibitions because we have a bobbin box which is just full of bobbins, and they just somehow or other, when you close that lid on them, they have a party, and before you know it, they're all tangled up and you have to throw so much thread away. So this is a great way of stopping that. Oh, and then we've got some messages on Facebook. So hello everybody. Sue Patterson, good morning. Wendy, Rebecca and team, looking very summery this morning. Thank you very much. I like my summery nails. They go with this too, don't they? Yeah. Oh dear, it's not, is it? It's not raining somewhere. The only thing about the rain, I know I'm saying this now and I've never said this before, it's good for the garden. And now I've started gardening. I can't say I'm a natural at all, but it does save me having to go out and water the plants. Yes, it's about time I learnt to garden, as it's my name. And so, we've also got a message from June coming across the bottom here. Good morning, lovely. Oh, loving the hair. Thank you, Julie. That's really nice of you. Thanks very much. And then Anne is saying, love your dress, thank you. This is yeah, I did make it, yes. It's a panel I bought from the show. And yeah, so it's quite very easy to make. Very simple little design. I think it was a new look, actually. Now, we only have 50 of these left available. So, oh, sorry, no, 15. 15 of these. I mean, we did say it was going to go well. These are absolutely fabulous. Fabulous little gift for yourself. Treat yourself, or of course for a friend who sews when you don't know what to do. Now we're going to leave this with you because we do need to get on to our panel of the week, which is very apt. Now hopefully some of you will have seen this before because you will have been watching previous shows. So this panel is, we have this every day and it's a different panel each week. And this week our panel is, which way up do you want it? Stonehenge. Has to be, didn't it? Because it was the solar solstice earlier this week. So isn't that lovely? So this would make lovely, I mean, you know, whatever you want to make out of this. You could have this as a pocket on an apron. You could have it as cushion covers. You could make a lovely bag. Look at that. I went past Stonehenge last week on my way on holiday, and we were very fortunate because there was a traffic jam and I was able to slow down and really see Stonehenge as we went past. Remembering the days when, and I do remember these days, when we used to go to Stonehenge and play on the stones. We were actually allowed to touch and play and everything. Not allowed to do it anymore. So this is what you can do now. And you just think, how on earth did they do that? How did they move those stones there? How did they build that? But isn't it beautiful? So you've got sunset or sunrise, not sure which. And you've got in the daylight with the sun shining on them. Beautiful. And then just to coordinate it, these lovely sort of panels here as well. So you could make 2 bags, or you could make cushions, little cushions with this, or you could use it for a nice big pocket on an apron. Cushions for your camper van. Oh yes, that does sound nice, doesn't it? So this is just £4.99, this panel. And of course, as we have always said before, this is printed especially for us. You cannot get it anywhere else. So it's especially printed just for us. Each of the squares in it are 13.5 inches. So it would make quite a nice small cushion. You can get 12-inch cushion pads or even a 14-inch cushion pad would be great because it would plump it out nicely. So that's really, really lovely. So lots you can do with that, $4.99, and that is only until the end of the week, and then it does go up after midnight on Sunday. If there are any left, it will go up. This is our panel of the week, so it goes beautifully with the summer solstice. Look at that. You can just see that. Is it set? How can you tell when it's a setting sun or a rising sun? I don't know. I don't know the difference. You don't think it matters? And this one, look, really dappled sky there. Isn't that beautiful? It's a very clear picture. So this is about 11 o'clock in the morning. You've got to look at the shadows, haven't you? See, you look at the shadows because that tells you what time it is. If you have one of those thingies. Yes, so there we are. That is our panel of the week. So, and sorry to tell you, our early bird has now sold out. So congratulations to those of you that got it. And I'm a little bit miffed because it means I can't get one. I'll have to wait and hope it comes back another time. Let's do the menu for today because we have got some amazing fabrics as well. So the menu for today is... Okay, so yes, in any minute, we've got Tim Holtz Fabrics, his Abandoned 2 range. We've had abandoned, and now we're being abandoned again. Now, these are fabulous fabrics. They really are. Really beautiful, beautiful colours. We also have, at 9 o'clock, quilt kits. So these are beautiful. They're all kits that have got everything in them that you're going to need to make a quilt front, a really lovely, fabulous quilt front. At 10 o'clock, we've got Bird of the Month, which is a Starling with Reid. So she's going to come and do a demo. She's here ready to do that. And we have got some fabulous examples of what you can do. This is what she's going to be making today. But there's lots of other things you can do. And we have patterns for these. These are patterns that Amber has created for these bird designs. So they really are absolutely fabulous. And that is at 10. Then at 11, we have got our special printed floral tote bag. I'm going to demonstrate how to make this bag myself. I've been having a little play with some of it already. The fabric is superb. Again, it's a panel, and true to life is a special Sewing Street panel, so you can only get it from us here, and it's got some extras. It always has extras on these panels, absolutely fabulous. And then at 12 o'clock we head over to Yarn Lane. We have Adventures in Crafting, a summer wreath with Sam Sabido. Now we've had the winter, we've had the spring, and this is now the summer wreath. And I believe is it crocheted? Yes, it is a crochet one. I know Sam is good for her crochet. She's really, really, really good at that. So that's what we've got later on today. But now the whole day is, as usual, already on pre-order, which means if you are unable to watch us throughout the show, or indeed if you want to absolutely guarantee getting something, because we don't always have huge stocks on everything, then you can pre-order. You can do that by heading over to the website, www.sewingstreet.com. And there I am, hello! And then you press live. And then once you press live, you can scroll down and you can see all of the items we have on all of the shows today. Sorry to say the first one is sold out. And then if it's on the Yarn Lane, if it's the crochet stuff we have, the summer wreath, then please head over to yarnlane.com. But it is covered under the same post and packing. So if you've already bought the bobbin tower and you go to Yarn Lane later, that P&P has already covered you. Look at those lovely kits. These are the quilt kits that we're showing later. Extra wide backing fabric, that's fantastic. Oh, I like that one. That's a really pretty one. So you can see all of this is there, and we will be showing you it as the day goes on. But sometimes, of course, we don't get to everything. So if we don't, remember, you can still get it on the website. So let's start then. Look what I have in front of me. This is Tim Holtz Abandoned 2 range. Now, Tim Holtz is the designer who lives in California, in Arizona. And I was reading his blog the other day, and my goodness, is he interested in the places he's been. No wonder he designs these beautiful fabrics. He loves the natural And he loves the colours. He loves combining colours and techniques, which is what you get here. So what you're getting on the fabric print is absolutely beautiful. Now, we have a special deal for you today. This is the 4.5 metre mega bundle. You get 1 metre for free, which saves almost £15. That's a huge saving. So you're getting a whole metre, one of these metres. You decide which one is free, because this is a mega bundle. So you're getting all of these. Now these are half metre of each. They're pre-cut, so if you buy multiples, you will also get half a metre times however many. So let's go through them, shall we? Let me delve into these. Now, they will be available by the half metre, but at the moment we're going to go the mega bundle first. So I'm going to go for the one straight in front of me, which is this. Look at this print. It is the pink one, yes, white. Look at this. It is so lovely. It's a really, really beautiful fabric. It's got lovely quality as well. It says Hotel Burgundy, and it's got an address, and it's just got a little bit of writing. He likes to combine sort of text with print, with design. It's just so beautiful. There's text sort of going through it all over the place. I've got some sums here, in pounds, by the way. It really is quite unusual. You just keep looking at it and seeing something else. And so it's like an accounts book here. A dress would be lovely. So a dress out of this, you're going to be buying at least 4 metres. So, sorry, 2.5, 3 metres. So wait until we do it by the half metre for that. This is as the bundle already cut. This is one of the 9 fabrics that you're getting in the bundle. And remember, effectively, you're getting 2 of them free. Then just going straight, so completely opposite. This is just a very soft, neutral one. Look at that. And again, it is almost like snake skin, this, isn't it? But it's also, it's like a kaleidoscope. It's almost like paisley. It's just got this sort of nod to so many things. And again, what we have is we have writing on it. So it's combining sort of writing and panels with printing. It's really beautiful. So much depth to this. 52.49 gets you all 9 half metres. That's 4.5 metres. You could do tote bags. You could do cushion covers. You could do quilting. Patchwork and quilting on some of these would be really beautiful. Lovely quality fabric as well, of course. Then look at this one. Oh, look at the colours on this. It does look a bit like mosaic. It looks like somebody, look at that. It's almost like a waterfall as well, isn't it? You can sort of see all sorts into this. And again, actually, this is the way up it goes, but I don't think it matters terribly much. Because it doesn't matter actually, because I've got writing across here, but I've also got writing across here. So it's only just, you sort of really have to look at it to be able to see it. It's just a hint. And then that way as well. So in fact, it's multi-directional because the writing is coming this way on that bit. So it's up to, I like this. I like it like this because I feel it's sort of a bit like waterfalls. And you can imagine that in a cave, you can see the sort of water and everything and the stalagmites and stalactites. But you don't have to see that. That's just what I see. So it's you're going to see what you want to see. And this is the depth of the design is absolutely amazing. And if you do get a chance to go on Tim Holt's website and read his blog, you will find it fascinating. Look at this one here. Again, beautiful colours. Just a mix. You see a map on this one. Smaller print. Yes, I can see the map on here. Mountain ranges. Can't see those myself, but there's all sorts of, there's just so much sort of you can see into this. The prints are beautiful. But you could cut, if you're into patchwork and quilting, you can, of course, cut these into smaller pieces and they will still look dramatic. Even as a small piece, it will still look fabulous. So you can do that. And in fact, saying that, you can actually go on the Free Spirit website and download a free pattern to use this fabric range. So this is really useful if you wanted hints and ideas of what you can do. So this is what you can actually, so this is a very, very simple design. I say this as a non-quilter, but it says it is. So I'm believing what it says. But do have a look around. There's obviously, you can do your own thing, but I think it's nice when you see the fabric company producing something just to show, give you some ideas of what you can do. And the fabric will definitely do the talking for you. A simple design, half square triangles, anything like that, a pinwheel, anything, even just simple square triangles would look lovely too. You could just do lots of squares. Disappearing 9 patch, one of my favourites, crazy patchwork. Nice and easy for those of us that aren't huge quilters. Look at this, look at this. Now this is a dress. Oh, this is beautiful. Look at this. Isn't that gorgeous? Again, it's got, I think it's sort of got a French feel to it because of the Rue La Pelliolon in Paris. So it's just, but look at the colours. Look at those colours in that. And again, it's multi-directional because the writing goes all different ways, so you haven't got to worry about that. Now, they will all be available by the ½ metre, but if you just want a ½ metre of each and therefore getting a whole metre free, so 2 of the pieces are free, that's £52.43. But we're not, yeah, we've still got more. Look, we've got more. Isn't that beautiful? We then have, oh, I'm going to go for the orange. Look at this. I'm into orange. I like this colour too. You'd be surprised to know I like bright colours. Look at that. This almost looks like a tweed, doesn't it? It's so beautiful. And again, you know, if you just imagine a small piece of it, you could easily cut this if you wanted to. I have to keep saying this because I know a lot of people out there are quilters. You can cut this into small pieces. I'm going to fold it up and just do a little piece there. And it will still look amazing. Even a small piece would look fantastic. And you could, if you want to fussy cut so that you get one of the little messages, the little bit of writing, you can do that too. Absolutely beautiful. But almost there. Got 3 more. 1½ metres to go. Now look at this one. So this one is bringing some darks into it. It's almost like a stripe, isn't it? Again, it just has like a tartan look to it. Yes. I'd love to have a conversation with him and sort of say, because he says where he gets his inspiration in general, but I'd like to say this one. What does this one? Where's this one come from? We'll have to get him at Festival of Quilts, definitely, but it won't be this year because sadly people can't come from abroad. It's too difficult to travel, isn't it? Although aren't they saying that if you've been double dosed, you won't have to quarantine now? Or is that possibly? I don't know. I'm not going anywhere, so. But look at this, beautiful, isn't it? So it's really lovely. So these colours are just zing out, and then they've also got this like yellowy gold stripe going through that, which is beautiful. I love this. I think this would be, you could even using this, you could even actually make a dress, like a patchworky dress, using lots of those different colours. Got plenty there. And then this one, this is another one that goes with that, the first one of this sort of colour. It has that sort of animal or snake skin feel, but can you see it's got a diagonal print to it? But it does look like tiles. They look like mosaic tiles, and I can turn it up any way. And again, I like the fact that it's multi-directional. It doesn't matter which way. Each way you have got this diagonal stripe going across there. But you could definitely use that for binding. So again, you'd have a thin strip, wouldn't you? Can you just imagine just that bit? So they feel lovely. As I always say, shame we haven't, you get these sort of scratch and sniff cards we could do with a feel, fondle and feel, because the fabric feels beautiful. Yeah, strike the fabric. Now this one, look at the colours on this one. See, I'm not usually into green, but look at these. How can you not like that? And it's got music on this one. This is your favourite, Elliot, is it? Pianoforte. Flora. I think that's French flora as opposed to margarine. I don't know. Pianoforte. But it's beautiful, isn't it? Georges Guillemot. Beautiful print, and again, it's lovely. It's just you could just see it, and it doesn't matter really which way you put it, although you have got the notes here. So if you wanted to keep those in one direction, you could do. But again, you've got the notes going across here. I don't know how well you can see that, but if I leave it there, will you get closer? Can you see that? Good. So you can just see how it's got the notes going across there, but then it just stay there, and I turn it round, and you've got them there as well. So it doesn't matter which direction. So the notes are going down this way, then I've got writing that way. So it doesn't really matter which direction you use this in, which I think is fabulous. And it's so beautiful, even as a big panel. It's got a mixture. It's got commission, but also the ones that had the columns of figures, they had pound signs next to them. So, which is interesting because, as I say, Tim comes from California, so they've got it right. Pounds, not dollars. That's the way it should be. So isn't it beautiful? So that is the 9 pieces. Remembering that one of these pieces, no, two of these pieces are effectively free. So you can decide which are your free ones. So we're just going to look at the bundle again. So all of those for £52.43p. Now this is an amazing price. It's 4.5 metres of fabric for that price. Now we are getting limited on these. We do have them available by the ½ metre. So you can actually buy them in multiples. So if you wanted to buy, for instance, the pink here, you can buy 2, 3, 4, 5 units in order to make whatever in a bigger project, say clothes or whatever. If you only want ½ metre of each, this is the best way of buying it. Definitely the best way, because 2 of them effectively are free. But ½ metre. Start with the pink. So this is the pink. It is. That's the code. So we're just checking the code there, so we make sure we put the right graphics up for you. So this is beautiful. This is £7.49 for ½ metre. And even that is a brilliant price. Now we must say this because we know that in a lot of other places, designer fabrics are going up. They have to. The cost of print, etc., etc. Now we are keeping this price, the £7.49. At the moment, we are keeping it at that price because we want to share with you these fabulous, beautiful fabrics at this lowest price as long as we can. But there's no guarantee that that's going to stay at that cheaper price for much longer. So just be aware of that. This is for all of our designer fabrics. Potentially could be going up in the near future because they are everywhere else. So bargain to be had here. Isn't that beautiful? So again, you've got the writing all over it. We don't often say that, but we just want you to know, to be aware. So don't get a nasty shock if in a couple of weeks' time the price has gone up. This is just an advance warning, and you can get it now at this cheaper price. So going through them, that's the pink. This is the kaleidoscopy animal or snakeskin print. It's called Muted Medallion. It says indigo because you've got the indigo sort of on the background there, but you can see sort of the medallion effect of it. So this one again, £7.49 for the ½ metre, or if you wanted more, if you want a metre, buy 2 units, etc. But 2 units, I mean, you're talking about £15 for a metre of really beautiful designer fabric with this fabulous soft feel. Definitely great for all sorts of projects, including dressmaking. And I love the way it's multi-directional, so you haven't got to worry about right ways up and etc. Now this one, we only have 10 metres left. So if you wanted to buy sort of 3 or 4 metres, you'll be taking quite a lot of that stock away. So do be aware of that. We've only got 10 metres left. I'm going to still just go through the pack as I've got it. Look at this one. This is this one that we were saying earlier. To me, it looks like sort of waterfalls. I can see this in a cave. This is like the inside the cave look, and then you've got the light. Isn't that beautiful? But if you had an Adaku dress pattern, Adaku Parker, who does the Ankara fabrics, you could actually, you get the same kind of feel with this because it's a soft cotton, but it has that look to it, doesn't it? Beautiful. And again, with quilting, you don't have to do a really amazing design. You can keep it very simple, do something simple, make the fabric the feature rather than the patchworking, and it makes it nice and easy, nice quick project for you. This one, this is the one that Elliot sees mountains in, and maps, mountains and maps. I'm not sure. I can kind of see like Africa there. Or is that South America? You can see people in caves. Oh, no. Well, I can almost see that as a face. That's his ear. That's his mouth here. That's kind of blood on his nose and his little eyes. Got less than 10 metres, by the way. You can see what you like in it. We're just seeing what we see in it. 10 metres left on this one. So again, if you want, this is a way of buying if you want to buy multiples, or indeed, of course, if you just wanted to buy 2 or 3 of the half-metre pieces rather than the whole 9. Remember, you're only paying for 7 if you get the whole lot. But yeah, this is another way of doing that. This one here, for instance, this cries out for a 4-metre piece, 3.5 metres at least, in order to make a really lovely full dress. Look at the colours on that. Aren't they beautiful? That would look so stunning. 8 metres left of this one. So if I were to buy, in fact, so no more buying of this one, because if I want to buy 3.5 metres, I want that to be left at the end of the day. But look at it, isn't it beautiful? I would probably use a sort of 50s style dress, so it would be a fitted bodice with a full skirt, because I think the colours in that just cry out to be swishy. So yes, that's my vision of that one. But it would make, I mean, if you were going to make it as a shift dress like the one I'm wearing now, you'd probably want to line it, because it is soft, it's beautifully soft. It will gather and pleat beautifully. And then this one as well. I love this. This seems to be around quite a lot, this colour, in dressmaking. You can see this sort of orangey. It's a really, really pretty, very summery colour here. Make lovely shirts as well. Kimonos. I'm thinking bigger items now because we're selling it by the half-metre, so you can buy in multiples. This would be lovely. You could, of course, use it for soft furnishings. You could use it for cushions, for blinds, curtains. How bright would that be if you had? You could make little cafe curtains for the kitchen, and then make some mats, placemats and things as well to match. Or choose one of the other designs, because some of these go together beautifully, don't they? If you look at these two, you could have one which would be the sort of the curtains and things, one that placemats, and they just go beautifully together. So this is the one we were saying. Is this a tartan inspired piece of fabric? £7.49 for the half-metre. You've got these beautiful lines. It really does have, so you have got the stripe there, but whether you have it that way or that way would be up to you entirely. And again, it would make a nice border if you just had, I'm just trying to fold it so that it's all you've got is a bit of the colour as the border. Can you imagine having borders like that? That would be stunning. So you could have, again, you could have that as a border on something to give it a real lift, a real punch. Very, very lovely fabric. So much you can do with these. And obviously what we want to know is what you would do with them. Do put it on the fan page. Let us know if you've got any of these lovely fabrics. Let us know if you've got some ideas that you think, do you know what I would do with that? And say. We're not going to commit you to it. We won't be saying you've definitely got to have done it. Just some ideas. And here we have, this is the other one. So this has got this sort of definite stripe in it. It is like a snake skin, but again, it's a medallion-y one. What do we call this? Indu Theatre Neutral. Du Theatre. Du Theatre. That's my lovely French accent. I'm good at French, you know. Years ago, I did French shorthand. And then, having taken it all down, my teacher then asked me to read it out, and I read it out perfectly with a perfect accent, and she was absolutely amazed. She thought I was incredible. Then she asked me to type it up, and then she realised I wasn't incredible because it's all phonic. So I could write it and I could read it out because it's all phonic, but when it came to typing it, I had no idea what I was doing. So she wasn't so impressed after all. And now we have this one. This is definitely not last, and this is beautiful. I love the colours of this. So if you bought multiples, yes, you would get that stripe again and again. I'm just trying to think. So that's the selvage. That's the selvage. So the stripe would be sort of going across the width. So it's horizontal. Really lovely. Big circular skirt. Again, sweeping kimono top. But I love the sort of really vibrant turquoise with the greens, with the gold. This is the one that's got the music on it. Really beautiful. It's a little sand. Oh, like a little sandbank in the middle of two islands. And that's the sea. Could be. But it's somewhere musical. So they are all of the fabrics. So this is this collection we have by Tim Holt, Abandoned 2. The most popular, just out of interest, has been the purple. Is that one? Or that one? That one. So that, yes. See, you're doing it, aren't you? I've said you've got to leave some of this for me. This is the most popular. There's only 4.5 metres of that left. And if you wanted to make something like a full dress, then that's the one that you need to go for. But you need 3.5. Now, the mega bundle, there's less than 10 left. So if you do like all of these, can't decide which one it is, go for the mega bundle. You're getting 2 of the pieces. So in other words, a whole metre free of charge, which is saving you practically £15. So that is a really good deal that you're getting all of that. And the fabrics are beautiful. Lots that you can do with that. And you can use these. Again, you know, something like you could make a dress out of, say, a black fabric and have a panel down the front in this, down the front and back. So you could get a metre and do panel down the front and back. You don't have to splash out on the whole lot. And that would look stunning too. Also very slimming if you had black sides and just a bright panel down the middle. So lots you can do with those beautiful fabrics, but that's not all we've got. Oh no. We also have these same beautiful fabrics. Oh, there's more. There's more. There's, how many did you say, Kat? 14. 14 fat quarters. So that's 3.5 metres in total. So this is $54.99. So this is definitely, if you are more into patchwork and quilting, this is the way to go. So you get 14, and look, what you're getting here, you're getting these beautiful prints. Some of them we've seen already, some of them are completely new. We're going to have to open some of these, aren't we? But look, again, how beautifully they go together. Doesn't that look fabulous, fantastic? So obviously I'm going to go for one of the brights first. Look at, oh look, it's got the music again. It's got the, look at that. Look at that. This is so gorgeous. You see, I mean, if you just imagine that, just square that off. Let's take that down a little bit there. So you've got like a cushion size. I mean, on its own, just that. You wouldn't have to do any fancy, clever stuff. You could just make beautiful cushion covers. It really wouldn't take long, and you could use one for the front, and then you could use another one for the back, so they're double-sided. It would be really beautiful. Such lovely fabric. Again, the quality is absolutely superb. Let's look at the blues. So this is a fat quarter pack, $54.99, and you get 14 pieces. This is lovely blues again. I think constellations here. So again, these are really beautiful fabrics, and they would work as small pieces. So if you wanted to cut into smaller pieces, just push those out of the way again, you can see a small section works really well as well. So if you're talking about doing a small piece, maybe half-inch squares, half-inch squares, half-inch triangles. Can you imagine that? Look. They work well. They work well in small pieces as well, because although these designs are beautiful, vibrant designs, they do actually work well in small pieces. So let's take another one of these bright ones. Now we do actually have less than 30 of these fat quarter packs. Look at this. The colours in that is so superb. And again, it's got the writing, it's got the numbers on it. So it's got the Tim Holtz signature on here. So you can see the colour blends, the way they mix together. Now we do have some books as well. So even this book we have here, all right, Playful Pre-Cut Quilts. We'll have a look in a minute. So these are great books that give you some inspiration, give you some ideas. Let's look at this lovely, this is the one that Elliot liked the look of just now. It does, it looks like thunder and lightning, doesn't it? It is, I would say, marble effect. Eclectic Elements, this is called. Night sky, electricity, I'm saying what, thunderstorms, yes. Oh, and it's got writing on it again. So it's still got that same sort of signature. Every time you look, you see something different. It's beautiful. Cracked, I think it's called Cracked Shadows, this one. It's missing a bit of it on here. Really beautiful. So it's a free spirit fabric, which I don't know if we've said. So Free Spirit is a very well-known fabric manufacturer, printer. Always beautiful quality, really fabulous quality fabrics. Does anybody like green? Let's have a look at the green. Oh, green and yellows again, look at this. And don't forget, these all go well together. Graphs, thank you. Yes, not graphs, graphs. So yeah, isn't this beautiful? It's just different. It's just so different. So looking at this, you see, this would make lovely pencil cases and things like that, wouldn't it? Each one is unique, Elliot, but goes together. They really do work well together. Now, some of these we do not have by the half metre. But what I'm liking about these is if I bring them together, because you're getting all of this, but look at that. If I put those 3, for instance, you can see those go so well together. So you can mix and match these all the time. All these fabrics will go beautifully together. So it will give you lots of ideas on creating something. I want to look at this one. Look at this. I love the look of this one. It almost reminds me of sort of tie-dyeing this, because it's like you've sort of dipped it into different dyes. This one's sort of got London environments on it. So the piece, the piece you're going to get is, if it's cut from a metre fabric, you're going to get the piece. It won't be exactly like that. That's the other thing. It'll be a little bit different. So no two people are going to get exactly the same, even if you buy the same fat quarter bundle. So every piece will be slightly different because you're getting a quarter of a metre, which would be lovely. So it's going to be slightly different. Everybody can have their own unique spin on it. So that's another beautiful one. And then another print. So I'm just leaving. This is another print. So again, we've got those lovely rich colours. Isn't that lovely? Blue paint on, oh, I know what you mean, yes. It's like has got a rusty colour feel to it, hasn't it? But it's beautiful. Oh yes, you can imagine a really lovely old door. Beautiful. Really lovely colours. And then let's look at some of the plainer ones, because they're not plain. I was going to say they're not plain. So again, it's like somebody's got a paintbrush and splodged. It just looks different. So that, I mean, can you imagine that as a back? So we were saying about cushions earlier. You could use that as the front. And then you could use, so we've got that on the front, and then you can use that on the back. They really do complement each other beautifully. It's some of these, it would be, what you want a colour that really does coordinate with these beautiful prints, because there's so much going on in the print that it's important that the colour, the plainish that you put together with it, really does suit. And of course these do, because they've been specifically put together with this. So again, this is the purple. So at first glance it looks plain, but it's not. Again, it's just got that, it's got depth to it. And again, you could put that with so many of the other ones. Let's bring it with, I like real contrast. Purple and green together. It looks really lovely. And because in fact, just by doing that, you can see it kind of brings out the darker colour. So these make fabulous projects, I think. You can do all sorts with these. Don't forget, we always have books, if not here, on the website for fat quarters. There's always, in fact, I've written 3, but there are others. I mean, Debbie Shaw's got half-yard books, which is the same as 2 fat quarters, really. So lots of books for you to choose from on the website. I'm just going to get this one. This is blues. So it's not solid. It's got lighter patches, darker patches. It's got the black splodges. So it's just absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to put it with that one. Oh, we've had a message from Susan. Let's see. I'm making a bag out of this fabric at the moment. Superb quality, looks stunning. Thank you, Susan. If you can, when you say at the moment, if you can send us a picture, we'd love to see it. Even in progress, yes, even if it hasn't finished it, it'd be lovely to see where you've got with it. These fabrics are so superb, they really are. And these are our last 2 in that selection. Look at that. Just have a quick look at this one. Just aware of the time, and we've got so many other things. Again, this lovely print. And you can see when you look at it, look down on it as you're seeing it now, you can see there's a definite sort of wave to it there. So this is definitely, these are fabrics, I think you get them out, you open them up, lay them out, sit down with a cup of coffee or tea and think, what am I going to do? Put different combinations together. Waste some time. It's mindful, that's what it is. It's mindfulness. What you're going to do is you just sit and play with your fabric. And what you mustn't be afraid of is using it, but also be bold with your combinations. Don't think you have to be plain with plain or have a colour that completely matches. You can actually pick out colours and prints because they will go together, because they've been specially picked to go together. So that is our Tim Holtz fabrics. So we've got the mega bundle, which you get 2 free half meters in. And then we also have this fat quarter bundle. And of course, the mega bundle pieces you can buy individually. Less than 20 of the fat quarter bundles left, I'm afraid. So if you do want them, be aware. Oh, and we've got less than 6 of the mega bundles left. Mega bundles. So do remember that too. They are so beautiful, I must admit. I think they're absolutely gorgeous. So, as well as these, we have more. We have 4 fabrics from the Tim Holtz Abandoned 1 collection. So they'll still mix and match really well with the Abandoned 2 because it's still from the same theme. And this is our first. Are these individually? So these are individually by the half metre. So this is in fact similar to one that we had in the fat quarter bundle there. Look, it's the same as that one, but it's a half metre piece. This was launched back in December. And these 4 fabrics are all we have left from that collection. I just love the selvages as well. So that is the one. That's one of the prints. So you can buy this in multiples. So half a metre is £7.49, and as I said earlier, that's our price at the moment. We cannot promise that that price will remain for much longer. Prices have gone up everywhere else. We're keeping them down for you for the moment, but we won't be able to forever. So this is, I mean, for designer fabrics, effectively £15 a metre. That is a very good deal. It really is. Look at this. This is beautiful, isn't it? So it is similar to what we've seen in Abandoned 2, but it's slightly different. So you can mix and match them. If I bring that one from Abandoned 2. So it's a similar idea. So you could mix and match that. So that's a really lovely print as well. It's the same sort of colourways. As we said, we've got 4 pieces of this, and these are the only 4 we have left from the Abandoned 1 range. This one, again, we've just seen this one in the fat quarters. I like this. Look at this. So again, if I turn it round, so this is beautiful. It's just a lovely fabric. I just love the whole idea of this. It almost feels like radio waves. Oh, we're very limited on this one. We've only got 3.5 metres left on this one. So somebody could come in and buy all 3.5 metres, which is my go-to when I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I would buy 3.5 metres. And then we have this final one from the 4 from the first collection. And again, we saw this in the fat quarters. So these are 4 of the pieces that are in the fat quarter bundle, but you can buy them by the half metres, but only these 4. And don't forget, we do still have the fat quarter packs available, limited, but we still have them available at the moment. Now, as well as these, we have got the Gentleman's Wardrobe book. Now, we put these in. I say we, this is the royal, this is Kat's put these in. Because a lot of these fabrics have a more sort of manly feel to them, we've got this Gentleman's Wardrobe book. So you've got all of these lovely garments in here with the patterns in the back. So the patterns are here. So it's not just a book about how to, you've got the patterns as well. I always go from the back. See if I can, you just can't do it from the front. I am right-handed. Is it odd? So just at the back I'm looking, you've got all your techniques, all your special techniques that you might need. Look at that. See, I'm just saying that some of these things like a kimono or dressing gown, look at that. Doesn't that look lovely? Bit young, but you know. 14 different projects. And these are for men. So it's not often you get really great patterns for men. And it's a good idea. You can see I'm going from the back. So I've got, this is all, so the techniques are in the back of the book. And then if you go forward, you'll see the actual projects. So even something as simple as a flat cap, look. You've got the pattern pieces there. It's quite trendy now to wear a flat cap. A cravat. So some nice simple ones, a nice bow tie. Look at that. Imagine making a bow tie on one of these really lovely fabrics. It would be stunning. But these are great things to make for him indoors. Oh, messenger bag. A lot of young men will carry bags now. Slippers. So these aren't just garments. These are things you can make for a man. Keep him happy. And then when you buy more fabric, he can't complain. Look at that, the dressing gown. Oh, it would look beautiful in Tim Holtz fabrics. Pyjamas. These would make beautiful pyjamas because it's lovely soft fabric. But I'm not sure you'd want him to sleep in them. Oh, just if you were buying something like designer, oh, look at these boxer shorts. Simple thing to make there. Tim Holtz boxer shorts. So this you could use the lining. You could use a Tim Holtz fabric for the lining. Wouldn't that be special? Or a waistcoat, definitely. We've got a waistcoat pattern actually. We've also got a waistcoat pattern, so I'm not sure if there is one in here because I'm going from the back. Trousers. These are great. These, you know, you've got sort of everything you want to make for a chap. But he doesn't come with it, I'm afraid. Just have to say. Oh, we have got a waistcoat as well, look. Look at that. So you could definitely use Tim Holtz fabrics for that. Lovely shirt. So you've got a shirt, a jacket and trousers, a waistcoat, dressing gown, and then some accessories as well. I mean, absolutely amazing. So it is a really lovely book, and it's only $14.99. You get all of those lovely patterns as well as the techniques in the back. What a lovely book. As it stands at the moment, we have only one mega bundle left. So if you do want it, please grab it in the break, because once it's gone, it's gone. We don't know whether we'll be able to give you that saving ever again. And you are saving basically £15 because you're getting 2 of the half-metre pieces for free. Oh, sorry, got to finish now, sold out. So congratulations to those that have got it. Do have a look at some of the other things that we haven't got to. We've got these other books, we've got a pattern, we've got threads. Do have a look in the break on the website because we have still got these great deals going on. We will now swap the set over, ready to come back with Quilt Kits. So I'll see you in just a few minutes.
We love designer fabric here at Sewing Street. From the vibrant colours of Kay Fassett and Tula Pink to the classic designs of Liberty and William Morris and contemporary fabric by Tim Holtz. We're also proud to have wonderful guest designers in the Sewing Street family who share their patterns and designs with us. So we're celebrating our love of designers with Designer Week from Monday the 21st to Sunday the 27th of June. Join us for plenty of new designer fabrics from Kay Fassett, Tula Pink, Liberty, Anna Maria Horner, Riley Blake and much more. As well as projects and inspiration live from 8 AM to 1 PM on Freeview Channel 72, Sky 670, YouTube and Facebook Live. Check out the programme guide on our website for details on what's on each day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find me over at thecraftyco.com, and if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I'm a tutorial blogger. I do all kinds of crafts, but my passions are crochet, knitting and sewing, which I've done for over 45 years. In that time, I've made lots of mistakes, but I have learnt lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share. What I'd like to bring to the Sewing Street table is to show that you don't need to have gone to university or have a degree in design to be able to sew. You just need passion, a bit of courage to take the first steps, and a whole lot of patience. Oh, and an unpicker. You will need an unpicker. I do hope that you will follow me as I take my Sewing Street journey, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi, welcome back. So it took us a bit of time, but when you see what we've got here, you won't be surprised. We have got a lot. When we say we've got quilt kits, we really have masses of quilt kits. But let's start with the Quilting Rockstar thread box. So what this is brand new, is Aurafill, 100% cotton, 6 large spools. I'm going to roll them out here. Look at these colours. Aren't they beautiful? So on each spool you have got, I'm trying to see how much it's on there. I can't see. Does it say on the box? No. A lot. So we will find out how many. 1,300 metres on each. That's a huge amount, isn't it? You always get that with Aurafill. They do have large spools because it's really good for quilting. It's lovely quilting colours. And it's great to have the plainer ones here. So you've got this. So if you're not sure, if you've got very multicoloured quilt, or you're using lots of different colours, it's a good idea to use a grey because that blends with most colours. So that's a really good one. Obviously white, and then we've got these lovely orange and mustard, and then a bluey grey, and then a nice blue. So a nice collection of threads. You have 6 in the box, $47.99, 1,300 metres on each, which means in total you're getting 7,800 metres of thread. A lot of thread going on there. This is the Rockstar collection. So effectively you are paying, dun, 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 I'm going to say per, I'm not doing it, Kat is. 47, I don't know. I'm sure Kat's doing a sum. So if you've got 6 of these. If we say these were £50 for 6 reels, then it's under £10 a reel, isn't it? So it's about £8 a reel, £7 to £8 a reel for £8 a reel, and then 1,300. So 1,300 metres. So 61p a metre. So 61p per 100 metres, which is very cheap. So it sounds like a lot of money when you say $47.99 for 6 reels of thread, but when you think how much is on there and how long they will last, it makes more sense when you say 61 per 100 metres, 61p per 100 metres. Fabulous range of colours. You'll find these will be really, really useful. So it's a celebration of boldness and joy. This is Rockstar, Quilting Rockstar, and it's by Holly Ann Knight. Put this together. We've got snowy Scandinavia, and then we've got the sunny east coast of Australia. I don't know where they get these ideas from sometimes. But anyway, what you have got here is a beautiful range of threads in lovely, lovely colours, and they do work out as an absolute bargain when you think about how much you've actually got in there. It really is a lot. And this is brand new today, and this is really good quality. Aurafill thread, very good, very well known for quilters. It's 50 weight, which means it's your sew-all thread, so it's really good for quilting, but of course you can use this for dressmaking as well. It gives you lovely, crisp, flat seams. It's beautiful to sew with, and it's come in those lovely colours and extra yardage there on each spool. It is 100% cotton. Which I love, obviously quilters like to use, particularly when you're working with cotton fabrics. It's a good idea to use cotton with cotton, polyester with polyester, etc. So really lovely, nice feel to it, nice and soft, good strong thread, really good for all sorts of projects, all sewing projects, specially designed with quilting in mind. $47.99 for all 6 reels with 1,300 metres per reel. Really lovely. But that's not all. Extra wide backing. Now, extra wide backing is fabulous for quilting. We've got lots this show. We can't get to all of them. Please do remember you can look on the website. But let me show you the 2 brand new ones. These are the 2 brand new ones today. These are backing, but it doesn't, that's because they're wide. They don't have to be backing. It's still a beautiful quality of cotton. You could make it for curtains, for bedding. Let's look at the green. Now this is half the width, okay, because I can't open the whole width because I haven't got long enough arms. I'm not Mrs. Elastic. So, what was that? Miss Irresist? No, I can't remember now. But that's half the width. Look at that. And what you're getting is a ½ metre for £12.99. Kat's just going to grab the other half from me. I'm going to throw it at you. There we are. Look at that. Can you see? You can't see both ends. Come this way, Kat. That's it. Look at that. She's hiding behind it. But that's how wide it is. Super wide. What is the width, Kat?
108 inches.
108 inches wide, which is 274 centimetres. That's hugely, hugely wide. And it's a beautiful print. So lovely for backing. So remember, if you wanted to buy a metre or 2 metres, you buy multiple units and it will be cut for you. So you don't have to have a seam. So you could very easily, I mean, this is going to definitely cover a whole double quilt. And then you just need to get the length that you want. So it works out at so it's £13, £26 a metre for this super wide. Remember, it's 2.74 metres wide. And it is beautiful quality. You know, we say it's backing purely because of the width of it. That's why it's called backing, but there's no reason why you can't do all sorts of things with this. And even dressmaking. It is that kind of lovely quality fabric. And then the other colourway, same print, but this is more of a lemon colour. I'll only open it halfway this time. But you could easily do a double-sided quilt cover with this, with these two colours. Wouldn't that look lovely? And that, because they do work together. And if you do turn the top down of the quilt, of course, you've then got this sort of contrast coming along the top. So that would be really lovely. And of course, you could do pillowcases, cushions, all sorts with this. So this is, again, this is the same print, but on a softer lemony background. £12.99 for ½ metre, but remember that ½ metre width is 2.74 metres wide, so hugely wide. Now, extra wide backing is always popular because actually it is quite difficult to get. I mean, you can get plain, but these having beautiful prints makes it much more special. Finishes off, so you can use these at the back of quilts if you want to, finishes off a project beautifully or creates its own project. Now, I've got another 2 here. Can I show these ones? Because I like these 2. You'd be surprised to know I like these ones. Look at this. Now, we've only got 10 metres of these. So again, this is that extra wide. I'll show it this way. So this is only half the width, remember? That's half the width. So it's 2.75 wide, or in old money, 108 inches. And this is a beautiful print. It's a little spot, but again, it's kind of shaded. It's almost ombre, the way it changes on colour. Really pretty. Lovely, extra wide again, £12.99 for just ½ metre. Now this wasn't launched long ago, and it's a beautiful fabric. And don't forget, it's 2.75 wide. So although you're paying £12.99 for ½ metre, that ½ metre is 2.75 wide. So, you know, it's really, really big. So if you buy a metre or 2 metres or even 3 metres, you're getting the whole back of something or a quilt cover out of that beautiful fabric. There's just 9 metres left of that one. Now this one, same design, but in bolder colours, darker colours. And again, in fact, you could put them together. You could have light and dark, or indeed, you could bring in a floral to mix with it. You can mix and match. You can see the lemon coming in there, the pink coming in. So you can mix and match prints. It's nice to mix and match nowadays. Julie's asked, yes, you can. So Julie's asked, can you cut out pattern pieces if you're thinking dressmaking, etc., across the width instead of the length? Yes, you can. You just have to remember that the width-wise is not quite as stable as the lengthwise. So lengthwise grain is the most stable. Widthwise is second. Bias obviously has got the most stretch in it. So yes, indeed, you can cut across. What you would do on your pattern pieces, where you've got your grain line, which normally will go down the selvage, parallel with the selvage and therefore length of fabric, just draw a horizontal one going across, and then you can put it on, so literally horizontal. Use a ruler to get a nice horizontal one, and then you can use that as your grain line on the cross. So absolutely you can. And when you think you've got to, the only reason, if you were buying, for instance, if you bought a metre, that would then be your length. So if you needed more than a metre in length, so if you make a short shift dress, a metre would probably be fine. But if actually you want to make something longer, you would need more. But absolutely, good idea. Make use of that width. Now we do also have white extra wide backing. Oh, this lot here. Oh my goodness. Look at these. Got all of these. So some of them, they're sort of white on white. Let me fan them out. So what we have, like little prints, little self-coloured prints. You can just see pretty little prints. So these are beautiful, not just for backing. Again, if you use one of those lovely prints for the front of, say, a duvet cover, you could use one of these white ones as the backing. You could then make matching pillowcases in this and in that. So you can get a nice combination. These are amazing prints. I'm going to move that sticker off because... So it's very hard to see which is which when I just show you lots of white fabric like that. So each one has a little print. So this is the first one here. Do you want me to open these up, Kat? This is the first one. This code on this is UZYV81. And this is circles. I mean, they are there. They are there. Oh, if you look on the website, you'll see it better. We've got a website picture. They're very, very faint. Very, very faint. So they've outlined them in black, but they're actually white. Really, they're hard to see because they're just there. It's just like a very subtle... Yeah, they're not picking them up, I'm afraid. Very, very subtle. You'll see... Actually, if you hold it... I don't know if you can... Yes. If you hold it up, you can kind of see better, I think. There we are. Now you can see them. Very beautiful. Yeah, lovely tablecloth. Lovely summer tablecloth, that would be beautiful. That's our first white one. So that's one that's got the little circles all over it. These are all 12.99 a half metre. And again, remember they're super wide. They're all super wide still. This one here is, if I can find its little label, this is code JDU. Let me show you just one layer of it so you can see the colour. I'm not sure which way round it goes. Look at that. So it's like spiral all over. So that's really pretty. Again, it's very subtle. This is quite a crisp cotton. So nice and stable. Great, great fabric for a backing. This is going to be difficult to fold back up again, this one. It's in a bit of a pickle. Do that later. We'll straighten that one out later. This one is HWU I4Z. Now this we are very limited. Now this is paisley. Isn't that beautiful? But it's very subtle. It's beautiful. And it's got a shimmer to it. It's definitely shimmer to it when you see it in the light. This would make a beautiful, again, just on its own, it would make a beautiful bedding. Floaty curtains. Really lovely. All 108 inches wide, as before. cut off the bolt for you. So if you wanted to buy multiples of this, remember you'll get, this is a half a metre times 274. But then if you wanted to buy a metre, just put 2 in there and you will get a metre piece. Lovely long piece. So that's that one. We got all, I'm going to go for this one this time because this is more of an ivory colour. This is KFU 136. So I don't really need to just get a single layer. Look at this. It's like fern leaves. What did you say, Kat? Bit William Morris. Yes, I know what you mean. This is beautiful. It's got those lovely colours, very subtle. Sorry about the creases, by the way. So it's just like ferns all over it. So if you're not sort of into pure whites, this is a lovely option. Really lovely. Again, super wide piece there. £12.99 for the half metre. And then we have this one. Now this one, see, when I look at it like this, it looks like it's perfectly plain. Let me have a look when I open it up a one layer. Oh, it's like, look at this. This is the code is SYYV. £12.99 for 108 inches wide or 2.74 metres wide. This is, isn't it beautiful? What's it called? Summertime White Spotted Stem. It's beautiful. So cut off the bolt especially for you. So if you want just a half metre, this is what you're going to get, this lovely big piece. If you want more, if you want a metre, then just put 2 units in the basket and you will get a metre piece cut for you. And more, of course, if you want more. It's a way of finishing off some of those unfinished quilts. It's beautiful fabric in its own right. It would make lovely sashing as well if you wanted to divide up some of the bold, bright colours and sort of frame them with something simple. Here's our next one. NVYV49. And then let's open it up. So again, it's better if you see it on a single layer. Not sure which is the right way up. Very beautiful. This would make lovely favours on tables, wedding presents. You also do you know what? It would make a lovely wedding dress too. If you don't want silk or satin, if you want something cooler, this would make a lovely wedding dress. It's subtle. Little flower girl dresses, yes, it could be, couldn't it? You were a page boy. I don't think my nephew will be watching, but when I got married over 30 years ago, and he was about 2, and he wasn't a bridesmaid, obviously, because he was a boy, and he was very upset that he wasn't a bridesmaid. He was like a little page boy. He was very smart, but he wanted to be a bridesmaid like his sister. It wasn't fair. I'm going to say that now because he's in his mid-30s. So Stevie, if you're watching, get well soon. He's just had an operation, which we're all hoping everything's gone really well. We're full. And then we have this one. Now this is, I'm trying to find an end again. This would be, because it's got little floral print on it. There we are, look. Look at that print, isn't it beautiful? So it's an all-over print, doesn't matter what direction you have this in. Again, it's £12.99 for the half metre, which is super wide at 2.74 metres wide or 108 inches. So super wide. If you do look on the website, you'll see it's got a black outline just to show you, but it isn't, it's white on white. It is white on white. That is a pretty print on black, isn't it? But it is white on white. So it's very subtle. It's a very subtle print. So it's really beautiful. We have 2 more of these. This one looks like a clamshell, is it? What is it? A wave. Oh, do you need... It's a wave. Oh, it's a wiggly wave. Look at that. It is like sound wave. Or it is a wave, definitely. It's any kind of wave. Beautiful. It is a wave, not this kind of wave. It's not that wave. It's a wave, not that one. Well, not that wave. We have got such a funny language, haven't we? If you think about it. I mean, so many of our words mean different things. You can have a row or you can create a row. All the same. Oh, was she taking the mickey of your accent? I try very hard not to take the mickey out of either of your accents. No, actually yours isn't bad, Kat. No, it's not bad, Elliot, at all. It's just broad. I like it, though. I do like it. Birmingham accent. Birmingham. See, I don't think I've got an accent at all. I know. People tell me I have, but obviously I can't hear it, can I? Yeah, I have got a Portsmouth accent. Try very hard not to have a Portsmouth accent, dropping my T's and H's. Look at this one, though. We'll digress. This is white on white. So it's got this really delicate little print. Little summer dress. This almost has a hint of embroidery anglaise, but it's not. It's solid. Little summer dress, that would be lovely. My friend Sue's got a fabulous summer hat. It's soft. It's a soft hat with a soft brim. She did actually buy it, but we've both looked at it and thought, yeah, how can we make that? Because it's a fabulous hat. She can scrunch it up and put it in her bag. And then when she puts it on, she can sort of put the brim this way, that way, make it look really elegant. So even though they're extra white backing, you can use them for other things. You don't just have to think backing when you play around with these fabrics. Now, we did say we've got 4 more extra wide backing. We're going to look at them quickly, but because I do want to get onto some of these quilt kits because they are superb, these quilt kits. I've got one on my side here that I just want to keep stroking. We'll start with this one. This is Friendship Text. So again, extra wide backing, remember, 2.74 metres wide, 108 inches. So you're only going to see a little bit of it here because my arms don't stretch. But what is nice about this, can you see how the wording is all different directions? So it's non-directional, you can go, or multi-directional. A friend is, oh, I can't read that. Oh, friends is one of the nicest things you can have and one of the best things you can be. Friendship isn't a big thing, it's a million little things. Oh, these lovely little messages on there. If you're making a quilt for somebody else, this is superb backing, isn't it? This would make superb backing for a quilt for a friend. Also for cushions. If you had this on the back of cushions, all these lovely little messages. Or you could use it to make gifts. If you were making some gift bags for friends, this would be lovely. It's got such lovely little messages on it. You are amazing, my friend. Remember that. Good friends are like snowflakes, all different and all beautiful. And they melt away, never to be seen again. True friends take us by the hand as we know we are never alone in the journey. That is so true. You will never walk alone. A friend is a friend till the end. It's so true, it really is. I'm not going to start singing that. But really lovely little messages. Because sometimes, you know, you have, I mean, I am lucky. I have some very, very good friends who've been an absolute rock to me over the last few years. And you don't say that, do you? You don't say to a good friend, oh, you're amazing, you're a fabulous friend, because you just don't. So wouldn't it be nice to create something for them? Because I always try and make sure I buy cards that have that message in, that they're really special, because we don't like to, do we? We're stiff upper lip and British and all that. We don't say things like that, do we? But isn't that lovely? That, I think, is a must-have. That's going to be so many things you could make from that to just share your friendship and just prove to people how much they mean to you. So I would definitely go for that one. $12.99, remember, for just a ½ metre. You get so much out of a ½ metre. Or if you're making a quilt for a friend, what a lovely backing that would be. Superb. Okay, now these are Kat's favourites. She wants these on her bed covers at home. I must admit, I think they are beautiful. And again, We're going to start with the aqua blue. That one would go in my bedroom. You'd be surprised about that, wouldn't you? It's not that I've got pink everywhere, I promise. It's not that girly. I've got lots of bright colours in my house. So there we have, look at this. Don't forget, this is another one of these ultra wide fabrics. Look at the print on that. Now that would make a lovely summer dress. And does it matter which direction you sew it in? So the width of that way, which means your pieces would be that way. Oh, that doesn't matter, does it? Isn't that beautiful? Can you imagine? See, Kat's thinking curtains, I'm thinking dress. Elliot, what are you thinking? Suit lining. That would be different, wouldn't it? Or back of a waistcoat or something, yes. And we had a waistcoat pattern in that book, as well as a single waistcoat pattern if you wanted. Oh, yeah, it would have to be a wedding. Oh, can you imagine making a wedding suit out of this? Wow. You'd have to do a lot of interlining and things. So next we have the pink. These are like watercolour, and I love the big prints on them. So again, this is super wide, remember. This is 2.74 metres wide. And so half a metre is £12.99. If you wanted to get a metre, just double that and you'll get a whole metre by 2.74. So that's a lot, isn't it? So virtually that's sort of nearly 3 metres of fabric effectively. So as fabric. So if you want to use it for its initial purpose, which is a backing fabric, brilliant. Or you could make a beautiful quilt cover out of this. Wouldn't it be lovely to have that on the front and then go for one of these beautiful white prints on the back? That would be a really summery quilt cover, very fresh. Or of course the green, have the green on it. Isn't that beautiful? And then finally in this range we have this one, which is more muted colour. This is more my sister Karen's colours. Beautiful, soft, muted colours, more sort of Laura Ashley feel to it. Same sort of print, but really, really beautiful. This is very restful. You can imagine this. This is a place of calm. So really beautiful. Now these are all of our extra wide backings. It's amazing that we've got this many extra wide backings in all of these beautiful prints, and even the white aren't just white, so that is really incredible. All of them cut off the bolts so you can order a metre, 2 metres, etc. If you have any in your basket, be careful because they have been really popular this morning, and as you know, if they're in your basket they're not yours until you've checked out. And you don't have to worry about P&P because even if you check out now and this is the first thing you've bought, yes, it's £3.95 P&P, but when you go on to buy one of these lovely quilt kits or something that Rebecca's going to show us in a bit, you don't pay that again. So you just pay it the one time. One more new thing. Oh yes, now this is a nifty little thing. This is our tape measure. Now it's a tape measure, but this is Hemline's new gold range. So I'm going to, this is brand new today. I'm going to take it out of here. So this is £6.69. If I can get it out of its little packaging. I don't know whether I've managed to tighten it up again. Let me see if I can get it out because you have to have a look at this. It's so cute. Now, the reason behind this range of items is that they are, a lot of the money what you pay for them, percentage of that money goes to Sew Aid, which is a charity which helps enable women in sort of underprivileged areas and countries to earn a living by sewing. So it provides funds for them as well as obviously haberdashers. It's something that Hemline have been sponsoring for a while. So this little tape measure, look, it's just like in a little zipped pocket. You don't undo the zip, but you just pull out the tape measure. It's in inches on one side, metric on the other, and it has actually got the button in the middle to take it back in again. So it's a retractable. It's just very smart, and I just love the fact, it reminds me of an Oreo biscuit. as biscuits are available, only because I'm hungry. But look at that, you can feel the button in there to pop it back in again. I love retractable tape measures. This is a great one to take to classes. I'm not one of these people that has a tape measure hanging around my neck. I prefer to have one. I love a retractable, and I like having both inches and metric. Now we do have some price comparisons for you because it is $6.69 for its beautiful tape measure. Remember, some of that money goes towards this charity Sew Aid, which is such a lovely, worthy charity. But this is the same one. So it's 150 centimetres long, or 60 inches. It's hemline gold edition, and it's $11.99 if you look elsewhere. $11.99, and we're doing it at $6.69. So people are buying multiples, understandably. Again, not just for yourself. This is a lovely little gift for a sewing friend. And please do remember that tape measures will stretch over time, and therefore they won't be accurate. So you do need to replace your tape measures. I have quite a few at home. Another price comparison here says another place for it, £8.50. So we're still cheaper than that. So it's really lovely. Little trims, little zipped. The zip is not functional. It is just there for decoration in a leatherette pouch with the little button to zap it back in. You can just feel the little button on there and zap it back in again. So 20% has already gone this morning because it has been on pre-order. But if you want a little gift for yourself, if you want a little gift for a friend, if you know your children's teachers sew, it's time to start buying gifts for teachers, isn't it? Doesn't even have to be a sewer though, do you? Because having a tape measure, every household needs a tape measure. And my sons are often saying, Mum, can you measure my chest? Because I want to buy something and they want to know what size to buy. Really lovely. Nice little piece of kit. And I just love the fact that it is some of the money that you get from this is going to Sew Aid. It's beautiful. Do be careful if you've got it in your basket, because once it's gone, it's gone. And this is premium quality. It's a lovely little gift. It's hemline gold range, which means part of the proceeds go to charity. Just $6.69. And as we've just seen by the comparisons that Kat has shown, this is a really good price for it. And we've had other hemline gold items, and they go well. They're beautiful items, beautiful bits of hemline haberdashery is very well known. It's huge, usually in pink packaging. That's how you'll recognise it. But this is the gold range. So this is a step up. But most importantly, I feel that some of the proceeds are going to this Sew Aid charity. You can go online to look up that charity, by the way, and it's one that Hemline have been supporting for some time. So really lovely. So this is an exclusive range of high quality sewing products inspired by the rich history of the haberdashery industry. Sleek and modern finishes. I'm saying what Kat's reading to me. So these are beautiful. So I just love retractable ones. I really do. So if you get the whole lot from the range, how lovely is that to have a whole range of hemline gold? And they all come in sort of brushed gold and matte black. It's a complete sort of step away from the usual hemline range in order to create something quite special and collectible. And environmentally conscious packaging, because again, that's now so important. Really pretty. Easy to recycle because there's no plastic involved in that packaging there. But it makes a lovely little gift in the box like that, doesn't it? So really superb gift. But treat yourself as well. And don't forget, it's the 1 P&P all day. So if you've already ordered something today, you haven't got to pay P&P again. So it really is only $6.69, which is a lovely price for something that you can see elsewhere quite a lot more. Right. I want to do this one that's next to me, and you know why. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? So what you're getting here, this is a Geofetti sashed quilt. And what you're getting is the bundle to make that quilt front. So we're going to look through it. We've got to look through this. So this is the centre panel. So you get this centre panel, which is already pre-printed. Doesn't that look amazing? That's the centre panel. And as well as that, you get 7 fat quarters to coordinate them. So that's your panel. Oh, mustn't take that off. Now, on the picture on the website, you've got orange sashing, but we've actually got this turquoise or peacock blue. So we've got peacock blue sashing, but then we've also got 7 fat quarters. This is number 1. Look at the colours. Look at that. Beautiful. Really bright, bright colours. Then we have this one. So this is all as a kit, £47.99 for this kit. Look at this. You see, you'd look at all these different prints and think, oh, I'd never put all those together. You haven't got to think about it. It's been done for you, and you can put them all together. And because you've got that sash in between of a bold colour, you can mix all these beautiful prints. Now, these are the last 2 of these kits available. Look at that one. Oh, that is stunning fabric. So even if you bought this kit and you didn't want to do the quilt, you could do all sorts with these, couldn't you? Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. But the quilt is relatively simple because it's letting the fabrics do the talking. And then we have this one. So this one we've got in a different couple of colourways. So we've got these lovely, look at these lovely triangles. So again, these are beautiful in pieces like this, but if you wanted to use them, this comes in a kit, but you could use that as a border. That would look lovely like that too. So you don't have to use the quilt pattern if you don't want to. You're getting it in as part of this bundle, of course. And here we have another one, so this has got the triangles again. These prints are absolutely gorgeous. These triangles. And I've left the blue here so you can see how well it goes with all the different prints. As well as the triangles. That's really beautiful. We have, oh look at this, this is psychedelic flowers. Takes me back to the 60s. Look at that. That is so beautiful. So you've got all of those, because it's on a dark blue background, those colours just really stand out beautifully. This would make such a lovely quilt. The quilt that you'll make out of this is finished size of 45 wide by 66 long. So it's a reasonable size quilt there. And then we have one more left of these 7 that come with it. And again, look at that. Really beautiful. It does look like stained glass windows, doesn't it? I mean, it's, as I say, this is, if you're cutting this up and you cut them up into these sort of squares, you can do that. Or you can use them as big pieces. These are just beautiful. So this is a kit. So you're getting 7 fat quarters, plus the panel, plus a metre of fabric, and the instructions. So you're getting all of these beautiful fabrics and the instructions, which are lovely and clear, taking you through how to put it all together. Nice diagram on the bottom. £47.99 for all of that. And we put that one on the top. Now we also have, going completely the other way, some fairy dust quilts by our lovely Delphine. So first off, we've got the blue. Let me show you the sample. Look at this. Ooh. She showed us this last time she was in. Let me turn it round. So this is what you're going to be, look at that. Look at that, isn't that absolutely beautiful? Her work is stunning. Then what we're getting in this kit for $34.99, we have the pattern instructions, which are always incredibly clear. The skill level, confident beginner. So in other words, you can have a go at this even if you're new. There's always lots of pictures in the steps. You've also got the templates. So you've got these lovely templates. And then at the bottom, you've got the placement guide. So it clearly shows you how to do this. So this is just a little lap quilt. And to do it, you're going to get 5 fat quarters and a metre. So you've got a metre of the white, which is obviously the background. And then we have 5 brilliant fat quarters. They look batik, but they're not. So they have that look. And is there enough to do the back as well? Or is it just the front? Just the front. So you choose what you want to put on the back. I think it'd be the front and the binding usually that you can get out of it. So her demo was on the 13th of June. Oh, and she also showed how she quilted it. Because the quilting is beautiful. It is beautiful. But relatively simple, says I. But basically you've got this sort of stippling stitch, but then she's also done some spirals. And these, if you're a beginner at free motion, these are techniques to do. These are easier to do because there's no real right or wrong for it. You can just wiggle. So it's really beautiful. So really lovely instructions, very clear on how to do everything. So your fairy dust fairy, she's on half on there and half on the other side. And that's in this beautiful blue colourway. Now we do have a second colourway. What we have, as well as the blue colourway, so yet again, you get the instructions as well as the backing fabric, as well as the combination of prints. And look at these this time. Again, they have that batik look. Look at those. So if you prefer to go to these sort of ready rust colours, you get the same effect as you would get on with the blue, but this time with these colours. So you've got the white for the backing and these beautiful rust colours. Again, they look as if they're batik, but they're not, they're prints. So very beautiful, lovely cotton. It's a beautiful design. So absolutely gorgeous. So this is one of our quilt kits. Really lovely. So that's 2 out of all of the quilt kits we've got here. We've got backing fabric, we've got the wadding. So we've got 2 lots of wadding as well. We have wadding by the ½ metre as well. So sorry, what's that again? Oh, right, the wadding that's in the bag behind the Rockstar. So this one here, I don't know what that little message is. It's cut off the bolt for you. So you can buy it by the ½ metre, so you can buy a little more. So this is $6.99 for ½ metre, which is 244 centimetres wide. That is a crazy price, ½ metre of that. So if you wanted to buy a metre, you get 2.44 centimetres times a metre for £13. Really, really good. So that you can buy it like that. So you can buy it by the metre or ½ metre. So just put multiples in, it would be cut off the bolt for you. It is an 80-20, which I know is a preferred one, and it is that lovely soft one. It's really, really nice to work with. It's easy to sew through, but it gives you a lovely soft feeling quilt when you've got it. We also have loads of reviews on the website for that. So if you do have a look at those, if you want to see them. We do have the pre-packed ones. So this is our Hobbs Heirloom wool batting. So this is 100% washable wool, and the size of this is called queen size, 90 by 108 inches. So if you remember those backing fabrics that we were looking at earlier, they were 108 inches wide. So this fits that width by 90 inches. In meterage, that's 2.28 metres by 2.74 metres. So a nice big piece there for $53.99. So that's a premium wool batting, but it is washable. And as well as that, we have this one, which is a big bag. So this time, this is a down-like softness. I like the sound of this. Non-allergenic, allergenic, put too many words in then, allergenic, you don't get allergies from it. This is king size. So it's 120 inches square. So it's 3.4 metres square. So lovely big, nice big piece. This is $29.99. This is machine washable. So we always ask about the differences of waddings. A lot of it is personal preference, to be perfectly honest with you. And the different loft, and the loft is like the thickness that you'll get out of it. The one the 80-40 or 80-20 or whatever it was we said earlier, that one is really good in that it goes through the machine very easily. The bigger, thicker one, you definitely need to use a walking foot, etc. But we are going to be doing a show on different waddings and their best uses for them. We also have more bits and bobs. What can I show next? I know these ones? Okay, so these are two more kits. These are brights or pastels. So what we have here is a panel. Oh, and they come with the poly wadding that I've just lifted them off of. So this is a kit for $23.99. You get this panel. So isn't this fabulous to do something for the nursery? Look at this. So you could just do a cot quilt, or you could cut them up and you could do a cube. So you can have like a cube toy with letters, or you could make cushion covers, or you could make bags, or you could spell somebody's name. If they've got we haven't got the whole alphabet here, have we? Oh, the whole alphabet, my goodness. They're 16 centimetre squares. So you've got some alphabet, and then you've got an and a plus, a hashtag. Aren't they lovely? So I could definitely spell Wendy because I haven't got a double letter in my name. So if haven't got duplicates, cat, we can spell cat. Wendy with a well, W. E with a little elephant. N with a, what's that? A narwhal. Okay. D, I've got a dolphin. I've got a dolphin there. And then for my Y, I have a yacht. Yes, because we can do an A. Sorry, ampersand. An ampersand for an and. Then we can have A for apple. We've got a crocodile for C. And then for T, we have a tree. So that's quite nice as well, isn't it? That the little symbols go with the letter. So you've got a P for panda, O for octopus. And you also, having sort of waxed lyrical about this, you also get a metre of coordinating fabric. In this case, we've got this lovely lilac, and you get the wadding. So if you wanted to make a quilt, a wall hanging or something like that, or even if you're making a travel bag, a nappy bag, etc., you're getting all of that because you're getting this bag of wadding as well, which comes out at the size of 39.5 by 45.5 inches. This is a 2-ounce wadding, so it's nice and light and soft. Then we have the same patch, so you get the wadding again, and you get a backing fabric, which is this. This is a metre, this sort of ruby red. So if you want something that's not pastel, if you want to go for the same idea, but this time go for bolder colours. So again, you've got A for apple, B for Big Ben. I was thinking, what's that? B for Big Ben, C for crocodile, D for dolphin, etc. Helicopter, giraffe, flamingo, elephant, igloo, jellyfish, koala, lion. Then we've got a little monkey for M. I think these are so cute, aren't they? We've got the narwhal. Never heard of one of those. Octopus, panda, queen, road, or roundabout, yeah. Snake, tree. I do feel I'm learning. Umbrella, vegetable. Oh, that's a broccoli. Vegetables, well. Is that a xylophone? Xylophone. Then you've got your hashtag yacht zebra. Aren't they fabulous? I think these are really great. So this comes with a metre for your backing. It's a lovely bold colours this time. And as I say, this could be a cot quilt, but it also could be a bag, it could be a wall hanging, it could be drawstring bags that you can pop toys into. You can do all sorts with it. You get those two and the wadding as a kit for just $23.99. Now, can I read? Because we've got loads more kits, and we've got the creative grids. Mustn't forget those. So this is part of a kit. So this is another kit. So what you're getting is all these beautiful fabrics here, and the backing, and the quilted pattern. So this is a timeless pattern. You get a fat quarter and fat eighths. So fat quarter and fat eighths, and you get all this. What's this lot here as well? Is that part of it as well? Yes, that is. My goodness. £197.99p. You get 8 fat quarters. Look at this, 8 fat quarters here. We've had these before. These are beautiful. Really beautiful. I haven't got time to go through them all, but you also get, this is your extra wide backing. No? Oh, it's just standard, but it's massive. How much is there? 5.5 metres or something, 5 metres. So you get all of this here. You get a metre of this one, this lovely little print. And then you also get this whole pack here of fat eighths. And of course the instructions. So you get all of that. So all for £197. So you get all of this to make. So the only thing you will need is your backing. And of course we've done all of those lovely backings from before, and the wadding of course. It is available on split pay. The quilt size is 81.5 by 81.5 inches, so a lovely big quilt size. On split pay, 3 split payments of £65.99 each. We don't charge any interest. You get the whole kit after your first payment. So if you pay today, that kit will be winging its way to you this week, hopefully. And then you'll pay the next 2 payments over the 2 subsequent months. But you get all of that. It's amazing. Now, there really is a whole load of things we didn't get to this out. On my other table over there, we've got these beautiful packaged quilt kits. So you get, again, everything you can get on the top. We also have all of the lovely creative grid rulers. Now the unique selling point of these rulers really is the fact that they have this non-slip grip on the back. Not just a little bit, lots. So that they really don't slip, really easy to use. And I think they're fabulous, particularly if you're a beginner. So do have a look. They will be running through. You can have a look on the website during the break when we again clear the decks and get out the next lot. Ready for Bird of the Month with Rebecca Reid. So join me in a few minutes. Have a look at the website. Don't miss out on anything that we haven't had time to sew. And we'll see you in just a few minutes.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford and I'm founder of Sew Girl. I'm based down in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I've got a range of sewing patterns which I've developed over the last few years, which are projects for loose fitting clothing, everyday simple garments, things that I really love to wear myself. And I'm going to be bringing you them to Sewing Street over the next few months. So I look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
We love designer fabric here at Sewing Street. From the vibrant colours of Kay Facet and Tula Pink to the classic designs of Liberty and William Morris and contemporary fabric by Tim Holtz. We're also proud to have wonderful guest designers in the Sewing Street family who share their patterns and designs with us. So we're celebrating our love of designers with Designer Week from Monday the 21st to Sunday the 27th of June. Join us for plenty of new designer fabrics from Kay Facet, Tula Pink, Liberty, Anna Maria Horner, Riley Blake and much more. As well as projects and inspiration live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Freeview Channel 72, Sky 670, YouTube and Facebook Live. Check out the programme guide on our website for details on what's on each day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello, welcome back. So here we are, we've cleared the desks and now we're ready to start again. So this time we are here with Rebecca Reid, who you all know very well, and she is going to demonstrate our Bird of the Month. But you're just mixing it all up, aren't you?
Yes,
just to be awkward. So this month is June and it's a Starling, which you can see there on the screen. And this is a bag. So basically, Rebecca has designed projects to go with the Bird of the Month panels. So these panels are, isn't that beautiful? The panels are printed especially for us. They're designed by our design team and then printed especially for us, which is really beautiful. So first of all, the instructions and the panel. So you can get this as a kit for $18.99. What you can get is these beautiful instructions which have been written by Amber Makes, which is Rebecca and Amy, who work as a team on this. And this is a market tote. Isn't that beautiful? But as you would expect, the instructions are beautiful, clear, very easy to follow. And of course, it's not just a market tote. It's a clever market tote. It's a bag. Yeah. It's a creative bag. It's beautiful.
Maybe I should wear it.
You should wear it on your arm. Look at that.
Wear my bag.
So on the back, you've got pinwheels.
The
you're
optional
like-
pinwheel pocket.
Oh, it's a pinwheel pocket.
Well, yes. So
you've got to have a pocket.
The Starling is on the front as the panel.
Yeah.
And then I just thought, because we have these...
Lie down,
Because we have all these lovely coordinating strips on the panels, that we ought to do something with them. So I've made a pinwheel pocket. But you don't have to. You don't have to.
You don't
make
have,
that
no, but
if
you
don't
have to
want
have a pocket, don't you?
You do, but if you don't want to do the whole pinwheel and stuff, if you want to keep it really simple, then you can just do it with a bit of denim fabric. There's enough there. So
Yeah,
but that's
so
just. I just thought it'd be quite nice for people to learn how to do a pinwheel, and it's only a small bit, so it's quite good
Yes.
if you've never done half square triangles and you just want to have a little go.
I think it's brilliant. I love that. I like the fact it's all slightly different. So at $18.99, you get these really beautiful instructions, and you get the panel. You get the panel. Ooh, oh, it's a long, thin panel. Look at that. Look at that bird. Look at the
Beautiful,
detail.
isn't it?
Isn't that beautiful?
And it's really sort of almost iridescent, the way
It
that
really
the print
is.
has been done. He's got all those. You don't realise until you really look at a Starling. I thought Starlings were quite boring, but when you look
wouldn't
at
have
them,
known.
they are beautiful.
Aren't
they have
they?
these lovely sort of jadey, purpley colours in them, which looks amazing in this print.
It is beautiful, isn't it? So as well as the bird, which is 12 by 12 inch. Now, of course, you don't have to use your pattern if you don't want to. They can use whatever they like, can't they, for this panel? Because look what else you've got. You've got all of these 5 complementary stripes. So these are 2.5 inches wide, 43 inches long, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is really, really beautiful. So it's $18.99 for both, for the panel and for the instructions. Now, if you want the panel on its own, which a lot of people do, because they've already got their own ideas, you know what you're going to be making, or you've
Or
already
they're collecting them for
maybe
quilt.
collecting them for quilt or something, because we've got, here's one that I made earlier.
Here's the quilt I made earlier. You can't see him very well. There's a
Can't see it very well, but it's
there's
beautiful.
a person standing in front of him. There we
There's a
go.
naked lady.
But
So
you
there
can
we
see
have.
it now,
So
look.
you have
Gorgeous, isn't
you
it?
can do this with it. So you can create this panel, take the panel and do that for yourself. Is that all of them?
That's all of them. So we've done wren, pigeon, and there was an owl, if you wanted, because we had a lot of pigeon haters in February.
Oh right, okay.
So we gave them an owl
We
instead.
gave them an owl
for the
instead.
people who don't like pigeons. Then there was the bullfinch, then the blue tit, then the great tit, and now this month we're on to Starling.
And
then
are
we'll
these are coming? These are coming.
so there's July, August, September, October, November, December. So we've made them all into a quilt, and then at the very end we are selling a panel that has all this binding, the sashing strips in the corners, so that you can make the whole quilt.
Ah,
But you have to wait till the end to get
You have to
that.
wait till the end. You have to wait
Yes.
till December.
Indeed.
Isn't
then
that
you have all of them.
beautiful?
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's such a lovely idea. I love that. I love that idea. I mean, either as a wall hanging if you've got it there, or as a bed quilt.
Well, yes,
I
and
just-
also if you bought 2 of each of the panels, you could make an even bigger one.
Yeah,
so you can make as many as
absolutely.
you want. Or you could use, plain fabric squares for some of them if you wanted to make it bigger, or the complementary strips you could cut into the square,
Yes.
because they're all joined together, so you could cut some of the strips and use those if you wanted to make it even bigger.
So there's just
The
limitless.
possibilities
are endless.
Or
aren't they?
you can make because all of the instructions work with any of the panels.
Yes, that's the other thing.
More
So all of the
complicatedly.
instructions so each panel you've created a different project,
Yes,
and
yes.
each of those projects work with any of the panels.
Just to confuse you.
It just basically multiplies the use of it, doesn't it? So they're all available on their own. So the panel on its own is $9.99. And the instructions are on their own are $9.99 too. And remember, so basically, if you love the idea of this bag and you've got the panel from last month, you can buy the pattern on its own, because you can make that from this one as well, and any of the other ones. And it isn't just it's a tote bag with a difference, a tote bag with a pinwheel pocket. But as you've just said, you don't have to do that if you don't want to.
No, that's just, but
That's
it's quite a
just-
nice way of you using up the rest of your panel, but also having a little practice as well.
I think
So if
so.
you haven't done half square triangles before, you haven't done pinwheel, if I'd like to have a little go, it's quite a good
It's
starting
a
point.
small start, and they're
Yes.
not that difficult, are they?
No, and I'm
They're
going
one
to
of
show you
the-
a really clever way of doing them with the strips.
Brilliant, that will be helpful. Now, as well as those, we do have all of the other panels and patterns which we can do at the end of the hour. So Rebecca's going to run through those in a minute. But you will also need, as well as the panel and the instructions, you will also need, if you want to make it in denim fabric. So the darker denim here. So what you're getting here is 1/2 metre for $4.99. There's 8 ounce, which doesn't mean a great deal for us, but basically it's a medium heavy weight.
Yeah, you only need half a metre as well.
Just half a
Half
metre.
a metre of the denim and half a metre of the lining fabric.
Brilliant.
But the denim is I'm really, you're not allowed to say cheap, are you? John always tells me off. It's inexpensive. It's amazingly
It's economical.
It's economical. $4.99. It's really good quality
Yeah,
denim.
it's nice,
'Cause I
actually.
love using denim. I often use old jeans and things, but I didn't have enough left for this, so I had to use some. And this denim is a really good quality.
It is very
And
nice. It's quite soft.
It needs to have a certain weight to be able to make it into a bag, but
Yes.
it also needs to be soft and pliable. It sews really well.
Did you wash it before you used it?
No, because I couldn't be bothered. I'm far too impatient. I don't do
Do as I
tension.
say, not as I do.
I know, I never pre-wash, and when I do knitting, I'm not very good at doing tension squares. But that's not what you should and shouldn't do, no. So I should have done, yes, but I didn't. So I'm never going to wash my bag ever.
I've got to stop the show, sorry. Nail varnish. It's come off.
It's come off.
How can I go on? How can I continue?
You just do, I do. Don't wear any.
So as well as the denim, you also need to have some lining. So on the pattern that Rebecca's done there, we've got the lilac.
Yes,
and
so
that
that's
goes,
what I've used
and
the
that really
lining.
goes beautifully with this
on
panel.
On this one, I've used the slightly lighter denim that you've got there.
Yes,
so
yes.
There's 2 colours of denim. Well, we actually sell 3. We do dark, medium and light. You've done dark, that's medium. And that's the one I used.
So this is the medium denim then.
Yes,
It's slightly lighter in colour, but again, it's like a medium weight.
Yeah, it's
It is a
really
cotton.
Nice.
It is
cuts
nice.
and sews
You could
beautifully.
you could make garments out of this.
Oh
you know,
yes, no, definitely.
easily.
It would, because it sews so well, and I was surprised because at some points in this bag you've got quite a few layers, particularly when you're boxing the corner. But it just whooshed through my machine.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't
nicely,
it?
because it's
Lovely.
It's a nice quality denim.
That is, and it does really make that panel stand out, doesn't it?
Well, I think denim always works well with, you know, any kind of bag making or
Yes,
dress making.
because it's got that. It's a
Yeah,
robust,
I think it
isn't
looks nice paired with print fabrics as well.
Absolutely. And then, so you only need half a metre. So we're selling
And
it
then
at
this
half
one's
a
got,
metre,
yeah, this one's got
$4.99.
that. Is it called amethyst? That one?
Is that what we call amethyst? So this
And
is the
that's what I
lining
use
that
for the lining.
Rebecca's used for this one.
Just because it goes really well with the purple behind the Starling, so
Yes.
that's why I chose that one.
I agree. I think that looks lovely. But we have also got, so look, that does go beautifully, doesn't it?
Well, luckily, because we've got all the colours here, I could choose. I could match it up myself.
You have that option. So
Yes,
now
which is
Rebecca's done that.
I've done
matching
that,
for you.
so you know it will match if you get the amethyst.
But we have got the pink as well, because your demo is going to be using...
Yes, I'm going to use the wren to show you how to make it, just so that you can see that you can use any of the birds, do any of them. And with the wren, I use that pale pink, because that goes really well with the wren who's up in the corner there.
Yes.
You'll see him in a minute. And that, so if you want to make the wren bag, which I'm going to demonstrate, that's the perfect lining fabric for it.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And it's lovely. Is this Rose and Hubble quality
Yes,
cotton?
yeah.
Yes, so it's really lovely, isn't it? Half a metre of lining, that's $3.49. Half a metre of the denim, which is $4.99, and then you have the panel, which is $9.99, and the instructions, which is $9.99, or both together at $18.99. You are ready then to make the bag.
Now we've been through everything.
Yes.
I know, it's really complicated, and we haven't even gone through all the past panels. We'll do that at the end, though.
I'm going to leave that one to you.
Yeah,
I know. Take a sleep, nurse my nail.
It is like a partridge in a pear tree, because every month we add in another one. We sort of feel like we keep adding more and more in. So for this one, you can use any of the panels, and I've cut this little bit out to start with, so I'll show you. I've used the wren, because I thought the wren was really popular, really popular, because it was our first one. He was the January bird, or she. But I think it goes really well with the denim. I think that pink pairs quite nicely. So what you do to start with, get your instructions, and you just need to cut out everything. It explains you have to cut the bird down a little bit, the measurements are in there, and then all the complementary strips that you get in, you have to label them, and you have to cut them down into specific pieces. So do all of that to start with and label it. I usually label my pieces, so this one I actually just wrote on a piece of fabric, just so that you remember which is which. And also, I mean, there is enough denim that if you want to make the pocket from denim, you can, so you haven't got to cut it really tightly. But if you cut it all out at once, at least you can see what you're cutting, so you know, right, I've got to cut long pieces for the strap, so I need to cut that first. So it's sort of easier to cut it all out and first and label it. And then what you start by doing, I've done this little bit in advance, is you sew the top strip and the bottom strip of the bag to either side of the bird panel. You'll notice that the bottom strip is significantly wider than the top strip, and that is because the bag has a box bottom, and that allows for the box spotter, which you'll see as we go along. But so sew those on first, which I've done in advance. Actually, I don't know why I've got my cutting mat there. I need that. Then you take the side strips, which the front sides they're called, I have labelled those in, so I remembered what they were. And as long as you've cut everything to size, it'll all work. But you can see, look, how lovely the flexibility, the drape of this denim. I mean, it gives the bag a really nice weight, but it is lovely. And yeah, as Wendy says, try and remember to pre-wash it, because it may well run.
Yes, they do as I say,
Yes,
not as
yeah.
I do.
I was just far too impatient. Now, then you've got to sew these right sides together. So pin them right sides together. Now, remember, when you're pinning a flat piece of fabric to a seamed piece of fabric, like this one, always put the seamed piece on top, because you then, to keep your bag flat and to keep everything nice and even, it's important that you keep these seams flat. I've already pressed them open in advance after I sewed them, so remember to do that. And if you've got the seamy bits on top and the flat bit on the bottom, it's a lot easier to be sure that these are going straight. Now, there's a 1/2 inch seam allowance in this bag, and the reason for that is I think a 1/2 inch just gives you a lot more stability. It's less likely to pull undone. But for the pocket, it's a 1/4 inch because it's much finer patchwork. All of that information is in the instructions, but and I have said in them, follow the seam allowances in the pattern. But I prefer to use a 1/2 inch seam allowance when I'm bag making, just because it gives it a bit more stability either side of the seam. So all you do is sew the side strip. When you get to the seams, make sure they stay laying flat. So slow down a bit when you go over those. Just gives you a slightly neater finish, because then they stay flat and even. And I'm just following the 1/2 inch seam allowance that's marked on my foot plate on the machine to make sure it's correct. So that's that one. Then you have to do exactly the same thing on the other side. I tried to do as much in advance as I could so I could get through everything, but still have to do this. And if you've cut it all to size first, it'll fit. Now, the easiest way to do that is to use a rotary cutter and a ruler, because I think these are 5 inch strips, much easier to get this accurate. But if you don't have a rotary cutter and a ruler, even if you're, not a big sewer, it makes a massive difference to have the mat and the cutter and the ruler, because you can cut more accurately and quicker. But if you haven't got that, don't worry, you can just measure and draw the lines on your fabric and cut it out. But there we go, I've just pinned that one. It's just quicker. I think when I first started doing a lot of sewing, I didn't have all of that equipment. And then once I bought it, I just wouldn't be without it, because it makes life so much quicker. Right.
I'm the same. I still use scissors for dressmaking.
Yes, I do. I
have
can't
done
get my head around rotary cutting dressmaking.
I've done a few bits with rotary cutter, like if you're doing straps, which are straight lines.
I just end up, well, yes, if it's straight lines, but you see people cutting out dress patterns and curves with rotary cutter. I just end up, I don't know, I just go all over the place. I'm sure it's practice.
It probably is, but also, remember, you do have to have a huge cutting mat underneath.
Yes.
Otherwise you have to keep moving.
And you need a lot of space then.
Yes, yeah.
But with, home sewing and bag making things, you're doing a lot of straight seams all the time and straight lines, so it's much easier to do it. So it's one of those investments that's well worth it. So I've sewed those on. Now, remember now to press them. I'm not going to do this with everything because of time, but I'm going to start off with this one. But I won't press on this side. Did I turn the iron? I think actually when I turned the iron on, I turned it off. So, always press the seam before you sew, before you do anything else, because that just flattens the stitches. You get a more even finish, and pressing your seam open is easier if you flattened it first. And then press it open all the way along. You can, I mean, with patchwork, we quite often press, some people prefer to press seams open, some people prefer to press seams to one side. I would say with something like this, where you've got this thicker fabric, you've got the denim, you will get a neater, flatter finish and less bulk if you press them over, because the denim is slightly thicker. By pressing them to one side, you're evening out the seams on both sides. Once you've pressed it open, turn it over, make sure they're still lying flat, like so, and then press it again, because sometimes when you press the seam open, you still get, you know, a slight crease on the other side. But look how well this denim presses.
It doesn't press beautifully, doesn't it? Make lovely crisp finish.
It's really nice, but it's obviously, because I haven't pre-washed mine, it's got, you can smell the finish in it. It smells really clean. But when you're sewing with denim, and this is a lovely denim, I just use your normal sort of stitch width of 2.5 for this. You don't need anything bigger. And in fact, I haven't even used a jeans needle with it. So although it has good weight, I mean, it's perfectly good enough if you were making a denim skirt or a pinafore or something like that. It's got that weight, but it does sew really well. So that's the front of your bag finish, so you can put that to one side. Now, if you want to, if you don't want to put a pocket on, you don't need to. You've just cut the back of the bag, which I've got here, and you can carry on. But if you do want to make a pocket, you need to do that before you get onto the next stage. So you can choose, let me show you on here, if you want to make the patchwork pocket, I'm going to show you how to do that. The lining of the pocket is made from some of the strips, but cut across the width of them. So there's enough fabric that you could cut across. Actually, let me show you, because I've cut one out here. Show you what it looks like. Oh, this is from the red. So I've cut across the width of the strips. That's the lining of the pocket. Now you've got enough fabric on your panel that you could do that as the pocket. So you could just cut two the same size as the lining, and then you don't need to do the patchwork. Or you could use a piece of denim. That's up to you. But, you know, it's worth having a go, because it's a really nice thing to do, and it's a really simple start if you haven't tried half square triangles and you haven't tried patchwork before. So the way you do this is you take all the strips are, all the measurements for cutting the strips are in the instructions. So you cut 4 pieces, because we've got 4 different colours, into the length it says. So I'm just going to show you with 2, and I've cut these a little bit shorter than you need to. So these are from the Wren panel, so obviously that's why they look different, because the strips are a different colour.
Strips on this one are these lovely purpley
They're all the
colours.
sort of beautiful purpley colours, whereas the Wren has sort of beiges and pinks. So put the 2 of them right sides facing, like this. Now when I put things right sides facing and I want them to really line up, I press them as well, and I don't know why, but it sort of sticks them together. I mean, it doesn't actually stick them together, but I find when you're trying to match up edges, because they've got to be exactly matched, if you give them a little press first, it sort of holds them together better. That's why I love these mats, because you can have them right next to your sewing machine.
Exactly. I finally got one.
And then it's always
since
there.
I started.
Oh, the early bird
They
ones.
weren't on early bird offer. I was away on holiday.
But they are really good, because it encourages you, or doesn't discourage you, I guess, from pressing. So together now, remember, we're moving to a 1/4 inch seam allowance, because you need the accuracy. You don't want such wide seams for when you're doing patchwork. Question from Leslie. What does Leslie say?
Morning,
Sorry, I'm the guest. Sorry.
Morning, Rebecca and Wendy. I'm new to sewing. When you wash your fabric before cutting, how do you stop the fabric fraying during the wash? Leslie, you don't.
You
and
don't.
That's the problem. That's why I don't wash it. I don't wash it. But what you can do, if it's a fabric that frays easily, if you've got an overlocker, you can overlock the edges. That is the way you do it. You could zigzag it, but that would take longer. You can actually steam it if you're worried about washing it. That will sometimes help any shrinkage as well. So
yeah, it does fray. That's the way it is. I just chuck it in the washing machine, and I mean, if I'm making something that's important, like I made a picnic blanket with all different colours, and I did pre-wash the navy fabric, I just trim off the frayed bits and carry on.
Yes.
I know you get a bit of wastage, but I think that's why I'm rubbish at pre-washing, because it frays a bit, and because you then have to
then you have
press
to
it all
iron it.
really well, don't you? And I can't be bothered, too lazy to do that. So this may seem a bit odd that I'm sewing both of these strips together down both sides. You think, why am I doing that? You'll see it in a minute. So look, I'm like making a tube that I'm not going to turn right sides out. Again, don't forget to press because you'll get nice neat edges. So what we are doing now, we're creating half square triangles. If you've not done a half square triangle before, a half square triangle, I've got one I've made earlier, funnily enough, is basically a square that is formed of two triangles, and that is half square triangle, or HST. You'll often see that. So that's what that is. There's various ways of making these. You can make them with squares of fabric. You can make one at a time, two at a time, four at a time, all different ways. But because we're using these narrow 2.5 inch strips, I'm going to show you a way of making half square triangles from these strips in an easy way. Because what you don't want to do when you're making these is cut triangles of fabric and sew them together, because the fabric going across here is cut on the bias. There's a lot of stretch and it can get really distorted. So it's much better to cut and sew on the straight. So, turn my mat over. Now all of this is in the instructions. You haven't got to remember any of this and think, oh, and how on earth do I do that? Now I've prepared my ruler in advance. So all you need to do is get a ruler. I've got a little one. You can use a big one, any size you want, but you have to put some tape. Now I've used a bit of washi tape, but quilter's tape, masking tape, anything like that. And you mark from the 2.5 inch mark on one side to the 2.5 inch mark on the other side. So you can see that's the bottom line. It comes off afterwards, so you won't ruin your cutter, but you just need to mark it in advance. Then you place the 2.5 inch mark, so remember which side of your tape it is, but you can see on here, and you place that mark along the seam line. Let me move over a bit so you can see. Now there's little photos of this all in the instructions, so that you don't have to remember, and I've shown you in the instructions exactly where you place it. So then you get your rotary cutter and you cut it one way all the way along and move that to one side. Now you shouldn't cut towards you, so turn your mat round, make sure it doesn't move, and cut that way.
This is when the cutting mat on the rotary
thing
is good, isn't it?
That's really useful. So then, to do this is what makes it really economical, is you place the ruler and the line across the top seam, and you're using exactly the same angle now. You're not wasting anything. And then you cut along here like that. When you then come, you've got to cut 8 of these there's 8 from one set of strips and 8 from another. When you come to cut the other one, you will have a little bit of wastage because you've got to get this along the seam. And obviously, so that little bit is wasted. So you cut again exactly the same way, but this time when you cut off it, that bit is wasted. But
it's a tiny bit.
That's just the tiny bit. And then so that's 3, and then when you come to do that one, you can cut it that way again. Like so. So I'm just going to cut. You have to cut 8 of these, but I've done those in advance. So that's how you do the cutting. But as I said, all the instructions are in there.
Sorry, Rebecca, you've got a little nip out of them on there. Does it matter?
Oh, no, that's fine. That's just because the seam is there. The seam needs to go from one end to the other. So that's
it doesn't matter.
No, that doesn't matter at all. In fact, that will be a bit you trim off later anyway. So as long as you make sure that this ruler is on the seam, you've got the seam underneath it, that's fine. That little bit doesn't matter. So I'll turn myself over. Then all you have to do is press them open. Now when you I'm going to press them to one side. It helps with keeping the pinwheels flat. Press them towards the darker fabric. So with this one, I don't know which is, I don't know. You can choose. They're quite a similar shade. I'll press them towards the beigey coloured fabric. So all you have to do is turn that one over. Make sure the one that you're pressing towards is on top, and then you can press it like that. And your iron will press the seam. You've already pressed the seam beforehand, and then just have another little look over the back and make sure that's okay. Do that with all of them. You then need to just trim them, I'll just trim one. They've got to be 2.5 inches square, which they will be pretty much. There'll only be a slight difference. So when you trim half square triangles, the most rotary cutting rulers will have this 45-degree line on. Put the 45-degree line on the line you've sewn, because that's the most important line. That's the line that's there already. The other bits you can trim. And then you are only trimming it very slightly, because what happens when you sew and you press, fabric gets a little bit distorted. So all you're doing is trimming it off slightly. 2.5 inches. And then you do the other sides as well. So. And also, oh, that's not, I haven't pressed very hard. What that also does is cuts off those little ears. Dog ears. Don't know why they're called that. But it just cuts those off. So you go through all of the ones you've made and you cut them into these, so there's only a little bit of wastage, but you now know that your half square triangles are beautiful squares with the diagonal line running down the middle. So you make 8 sets, 8 of set 1, so I've made 4 in advance here, and then you make 8 of set 2 in exactly the same way. So I have made some in advance. So what you've got to do, we're now going to make our pinwheel, and I've made some in advance here, but I'll show you those in a minute. So in the instructions there's a picture. It's important to get these around the right way, otherwise your pinwheel will be lost. So when I do it, I always have a quick look and go, yeah, bottom left, top right, so it's in the right order, because that needs to look like a pinwheel, which it does. So sew the top row together. Now, because we've pressed the seams over to one side, when you push them together, if you just push them with your fingers like this, they will stop, they'll butt up together, and then you know that they're matched. So we'll do that one.
Kat did say earlier she hopes you're putting the pins back in the right place because they've been colour coordinated.
Oh no! Oh.
Oh, go on then. Tell us how to stop the frame. I find if I wash my fabric, I pop it into a washing bag, and that helps definitely. So you can put it like or a pillowcase if you haven't got a washing bag. All right, and that's exactly what Pat said. You could you wash it in a pillowcase to help stop fraying so much?
Okay.
Yes.
And then I suppose it probably wouldn't get caught in the machine or.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, Jean says, morning ladies, trying to see on the quilt on the wall if there is a blackbird. Hope so, thanks for the demo.
No,
there
isn't.
There's no blackbird.
There is no blackbird, no.
We're missing, well, that's next year.
I think it was very hard trying to choose just 12. And even then we've ended up with 14.
There was a competition last year, wasn't it? Was it last year or the year before? And it was to name the British bird. So people put in which bird should be the national bird.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the answer was, by the way.
I bet Robin won.
I don't know that it did,
oh,
actually.
Didn't it? I
That's
thought
what
that
I
was
would
what
have thought.
most people would vote for.
Yes, I would have thought Robin. You think swan, Elliot? That is the Queen's bird. Is it true that all swans belong to the Queen?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
apparently. Or was that just an urban myth? Stop people shooting them. I don't know.
I saw last week.
You hear these things and then you find out actually that it just isn't true. Oh.
Oh, the robin did top the poll. So is it 2015? Oh my goodness.
So once
How
you've
time
sewn
flies.
these together, give them a little press and then press them open. Now, there's no right or wrong to this. I always press my seams to one side when I'm doing half square triangles. When I join them together, I press them open. Lots of people press them to one side, and it is entirely up to you. I just find, because when you're joining them in the centre, there is a lot of fabric bulk, and by pressing them open, that reduces it a bit. But if you want to press them to one side, that's entirely up to you. There's no right or wrong on that one. I just do it this way. As you can see, I've used pink thread. I've sewn mine together.
Yes, that's so we can see it.
Yes, well, actually, I did it because I was using it for the rest of the bag, but I quite liked it. I decided in the end, you know, you always want to have matching thread, but having that pink thread gives a really nice sort of edge,
Yes.
a little sort of bit of shadow. So I might do that next time. So now you've got to sew them back together. Make sure you sew them the right way around so it looks like a pinwheel. When you do put them right sides together, when you do the most important seam here, this really is the only seam that you've got to match up, so it's not difficult, is this centre seam. Now you can see on here where the seam is, so push your pin through there and then just check on the other side that it's in the centre of where those points are. Then spear the pin into the centre of the other points like that.
Ow.
And that's why it's really useful to do this on an ironing board, because you can put it in. Then, I love these colour coordinated pins. Oh no, that one's too small, I want a big one. Then put a pin above it horizontally and put a pin, I want a big one, below it. Then remove the vertical pin. Now you know now that that is nice and solid and won't move, because that's really is the only one that you've got to match up. So by practicing on a little pocket doing half square triangles and pinwheels, if you haven't done them before, is really useful, because if it doesn't work and you get fed up with it, you can just use a piece of plain fabric. But now you've got to make sure this stays nice and flat. So put this, sew it all the way along, again using your 1/4 inch seam allowance. Oh, need one. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. I hope you make everyone else do this, Kat. Put all their pins back in the right place. Or is it just me?
Yeah.
When you get to this centre seam, just as you get near it, you can remove the top pin. And as you're sewing, make sure your needle goes, I'm going to just go slowly there, because there's a lot of bulk in that very centre. Make sure it goes right through that centre point. Then you can carry on. The bottom pin can stay in position, which makes sure it stays. Now this is where I'm going to hope it works, because in theory, if you've done this right, this is going to be a beautifully matched up seam. And if it's not, well,
You're going to put your finger in the middle.
yeah, no, should I just have a little look first? Oh, yes. So press it open. Oh, yes. Oh, I've done it before where it hasn't worked. Press that open, because you've got loads of bulk in the centre. And then when you turn it over, look at that. See, I quite like that pink. It sort of gives it an outline.
It does, doesn't it?
I don't know whether you can see that there. So now you've got a beautiful pinwheel, and that's how you do it. And it doesn't matter.
I know,
you know,
it's that simple, isn't it?
so that really, because I know a lot of people when they're doing things like this think, oh, I don't want to match up all the seams, but that is the only one that you have to match up. Now to create the pocket, you make 2 of these and 2 in the other colourway. So let's put them the right way around. Make sure they're the right way up. So there's that one and that one. I've joined those together, and then that one and that one. Make sure you've got them all going the same ways. Then you have these little strips. These are all in the measurements. This is one of the other strips, and you sew these together.
Ah, that's avoiding matching the
Then there's no matching.
points. Yes.
Also, it made the pocket a bit bigger because because of the size of the strips, I was limited to this, and it makes it a bit bigger. But it actually makes it a lot easier, because then you're not matching things up. So remember, when you're sewing a plain strip to a seamed piece, always put the seamed bits on top, because it's much easier to get the fabric, the seam allowances laying flat. And it's just little things like that if you know, if you're new to patchwork and you haven't done a lot, it's little things like keeping the seam allowances lying flat. All little bits like that will give you a better finish to your finished piece. I mean, you know, it's not crucial, but if you are new to patchwork and you want to, you know, just make a few little changes and you want it to be neater, it's things like that will help. I should just use one colour, because I have to keep checking where I'm putting them back. So that's one side, and then you sew, just make sure you've got them the right way up. That one to the other side.
So, I've got a message from Elaine while you're doing that. Thank you, Rebecca, for giving me confidence to do half square triangles again.
Oh,
Great sew. Wendy and Rebecca.
oh, thank you.
Elaine, thank you, Elaine. Half square triangles are relatively easy.
Well, they are, and as I said, you know, I'm showing you how to do them because we've got 2.5-inch strips. There's lots of other ways of making them using bigger pieces of fabric, but you know, the principles are the same. And half square triangles are kind of the first building blocks of patchwork. They're once you've sewn together squares, the next thing is triangles, and this is the way to do it. And they are simple. And actually, you know, you've only ever got a few seams to match up.
Especially if you put the sashing in between.
Especially if you go for sashing. I love a bit of sashing.
Yes.
Because otherwise we would have to be matching up these seams, which you can do. Now, I've shown you about the sort of the pinning it. Right. Then you sew this strip across, and I'm not going to do that because I want to show you something else. But basically you sew this strip either sides of there, and then that's your pocket. And then you have, this is cut in advance. So you cut this across the strips as they're printed into a certain size that's in the instructions. After that, you cut then the individual strips to make the patchwork, and then you line that square, you put it right sides together, turn it right sides out, and then you can sew that to the centre of this part, which is the back of the cushion bag even. So that's what your pocket will look like. And remember, depending on which panel you do, which bird you choose, your pocket will be a different colour. But this is the wren one. So that's what, I was just giving a little mock-up, that's what your pocket will look like on the back of your bag, like that. Right, so, how long have I got? Oh, I've got about 10 minutes. Have I got 10 minutes?
Don't forget you've got to recap all
So
of
I'm
them.
going to talk you through the rest of it. It's got a lot of patterns. To recap. So what you do next is I've made the straps in advance, so I'll show you these. To get the best use out of the denim, I have cut the straps into 2 lengths because it fits better on the cut, and then joined them together. And then I've put the pink on that side. Now if you wanted denim on both sides, there's enough fabric to do that. I quite like having the other colour on the other side. Also, what you can do is I recommend you top stitch afterwards. It gives it a slightly neater finish. Now I used a pink thread, so I used the same colour thread as the lining fabric, and I think that gives it a really nice finish. A bit like jeans where you get the different colours in.
Definitely, I like the fact that you can see that hint of pink.
Yeah, you can see it, and don't worry about that because it's very difficult to get it to line up exactly.
No, but I think it's nice. I like that little edge in.
It gives it a nice edge to it. So you sew them right sides together all the way round, and then when you've done that you cut out the corners to box them. So one little tip, if you make boxed corner tote bags, is when you sew it together all the way round, you're then going to cut out a 2-inch square from that corner. So what I do is I mark just with a pencil or an eraser pen 2 inches up here and 2 inches here. When I sew all the way around, when I get to that 2-inch mark, I reverse stitch over and then carry on and reverse stitch over the other mark. Then when you cut out that 2-inch square, that won't come undone because you're going to join it back together again, and you'll find it won't come undone because you've done a little reverse stitch. So do that as you do it. Sew it all together, do that. When you come to do the lining, which I've made in advance, I've put a facing strip across the top of the lining. So if I show you the main bag, the reason I've done that, I just think it gives a neater finish when you look inside a bag. Can you see in there? Rather than having the lining fabric going up to the top and possibly showing, by having a facing using the same fabric as the outer, it just gives it a neater fit. It looks slightly more professional. So that's why that's got that. And then the lining is made in exactly the same way. Obviously, you know, if you want to put a pocket in yours, do that before you join the front and the back together. It has the boxed corners. So you can see how those are joined across. And then you just sew the whole thing right sides together with the straps in, and that's done. All the instruction measurements and pictures and everything, instructions. But it's just a really nice, simple, I've called it a market tote because it's not your classic tote, which is usually higher than it's wide. It's the other way around, wider than it's high, and it's got the bottom, so you can get all your market goodies in it, all your shopping.
Or take it to the beach.
Or take it to the beach, yes. So it's got that sort of extra width, and with the box bottom, that makes it a market tote rather than a classic tote. That's my theory anyway.
See, another way of doing the box bottom, you know, you're saying about cutting that square off. I don't always do that. Sometimes what I will do is just having sewn both seams, refold it so one seam is on top of the other and you've got a triangular point, and then stitch across. And that triangle you can keep and stitch the side seams, and it gives more definition to the box corners.
Okay.
Just another way of doing it.
Yeah, well, it's lovely. There's so many different ways to do all these
Exactly.
different things, isn't there?
So let's just recap today's new panel. So the new panel we have today is the Starling, and it's in these lovely purples. Just look at that Starling. It's absolutely gorgeous. Look at the detail on that. So if you want the panel and the instructions to make this bag, so you get, obviously you get the Starling, and then you get this long width here, 43 inches wide strips times 5 strips. So you've just seen how to do the pinwheel quilting from it, or you could just leave it as they are, etc. So you can do quite a lot with that. So you get that and the pattern for £18.99. Or if you want just the panel, you can get the panel on its own if you're actually going more for the quilt option. This is exclusive to Sewing Street because it is actually printed by them. So this is in partnership with Amber Makes. So Sewing Street have produced this lovely panel, and Amber Makes have then produced the patterns to go with the panel. So you know you've got good quality from both there. So just the panel is £9.99. And then if you want just the pattern, so this is the instructions here. So this is £9.99. And again, you can use this. I mean, obviously what you've got here is you've got this with this panel, but you could use this again with another fabric, couldn't you? So you can, once you've got the pattern,
Yes,
you can
because
use
all
it
the
again
measurements
and
are
again.
in there. You don't need to use the panel to do it.
Yes.
You can make it from whatever you want. You know,
So you
can
could
make
use
it if
some of
you've
the
got a
fabrics
piece
we've
of,
shown earlier.
like if you've got a piece of fabric that you love that's got a feature on it or something a bit special, or a tea towel which has got a nice design on it, you could use that because all the measurements are in there. Love a tea towel. I love a tea towel. Well, I don't like to use nice tea towels, so I was thinking of something to do with them instead. So I make a lot of bags out of tea towels.
I've got 2 very special tea towels from when my children were little at school. You know, they painted their faces.
Oh yes, we should make them into a bag.
Yeah, I have, like you say, I wouldn't use them.
No.
So that you can get that, but as well as this, we've also got the denim, and we've got 2 types of denim here. We've got the dark denim, which and it's a medium weight, but it's actually quite, very soft to handle, but it'll give you some stability in the bag. Half a metre, you only need the half metre, so it's £4.99 for the half metre. It is cut for you, so if actually you wanted a metre or metre and a half, just multiple the units that you buy. We also have it in the lighter colour. This is the one that Rebecca's used for the bag. Again, you only need the £4.99, you only need the half metre, unless you wish to buy more. Then we have the lining. So we've got the amethyst. So this is the one that goes with the panel this month. This is a perfect match. This is £3.49 for half a metre, Rose and Hubble quality, 100% cotton. So it's a really lovely, lovely colour to line your bag and to line the handles, which makes them extra special. And then if you are thinking like Rebecca has and doing one of the other ones, like the Starling, no, what's the other one? The Wren.
The Wren.
If you do it in the Wren, she's going to do all the other kits in a minute. I haven't got to worry about that.
It's so confusing.
It's the pink. So this is £3.49 as well for the half metre. But again, don't worry, if you wanted to buy metre, 2 metres, etc., you can buy multiples. Now I'm going to hand back over to Rebecca and drink my coffee that's sat here so she can actually go through all of the other panels.
Right, shall I go backwards or forwards, Kat? Go from May. Okay, so bird of the month, May, on my large panel here. I feel like I'm in one of those game shows. And May was the great tip. That's this one here. So the panel, if you haven't bought any of them or if you've missed some of them, the panel for the great tit is £9.99. Isn't he gorgeous? Beautiful yellow colour background. What's lovely about these birds is that they have all been designed, they've all got slightly different colours, but they use the same colour palette. So they all blend together beautifully. So although they're different birds and they're sitting on different trees with different flowers, there is a colour palette, so it blends together really well. And then obviously you've got the 5 complementary strips, which are, you know, like your jelly roll strip, 2.5 inches wide and 43 inches long. And every panel as well has 2 labels. So you can put those on your projects as well. So that's the great tit. And the project that went with the great tit is the cushion, which I'm going to get, which was the Dresden cushion. So with this one, oh, you've got a picture of it now. Now I've got it down, put it in front of my machine. They'll fit any of the, they will fit any of the birds. So these are the instructions. It's the Dresden plate cushion. Now you use the complementary strips. They're cut to create the Dresden pieces, as you can see in the instructions. And then you use just a plain, I've used an ivory coloured cotton in between them. So everything you need to know is all in here, including the templates, because you need the template for the wedge and the template for the circle. So obviously if you want to make the Dresden plate cushion with the Starling or the Wren or whatever, they all fit. So that's May. In April, we had the blue tit. I think this might have been, I don't know whether this is our most popular or my favourite, I'm not sure. But this was really popular, the blue tit. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
That was lovely.
Lovely,
I love
on the cherry blossom.
Yes,
it's
on the
really
cherry
lovely.
blossom.
And the complementary strips are gorgeous with it. Really nice, lovely. And then when I did the blue tit, it was the peg bag, which I've seen lots of you have made your own versions of. You've bought the instructions and some of you have used your own fabric, some have used the bird and then other fabrics. So the way that the peg bag works, I'll get the real thing, is that the hole in the front, so it's made to look like a birdhouse with the roof, and then I put the blue tit title on the bottom. And it has the hole in it, so the pegs go inside here, but the bird just pokes through. So the bird is sort of sitting on the back of it, but it's all using, you have to have a bit of lining fabric for the back, but all of the strips are from the panel, and then you can put the name on. And I made it also using the blue finch as well, so you can see that it works with any of the birds.
I love it.
It just about, I did try it, just about fitted the owl. So in the instructions, obviously, as usual, you've got everything you need, all the materials you'll need, but you've also got the template, which is the most important part, isn't it? And you can then use it for lots of different things. So basically, and there's no sort of photocopying. I mean, most people, they don't want to cut their patterns up, so you can just trace it. A bit of greaseproof paper's fine, and then you just join it together, and that is the template. So that's for the peg bag and April blue tit. March was the bullfinch, who is gorgeous. Look at his amazing sort of tomatoey red breast. But they work together beautifully. There is a colour palette throughout. There's a lot of similar colours in each of them. And this is a lovely sort of jadey colour, green. The bullfinch was a cosmetic bag. I did make him into a peg bag as well, but he was the cosmetic bag, which is up there. I'm going to pinch him. He's got a round top and a boxed base. And the lining for, now this is really economical, the lining is from the panel. So all you need for this one is the zip. So there's the instructions, and again, in the instructions you have got the template. So you can use any fabric you want. You don't have to use the panels, but you can use any of the panels or any of the fabric, and you've got the template there, which is full size. That's to make that one. Then February was the pigeon. So I love the pigeon, but a lot of people don't like pigeons. We had a lot of pigeon controversy that month. That people, I don't like pigeons, I don't want pigeons on my quilt. But you know what? You don't have to do all the 12 birds. If you want to make the quilt in the order you want, you could have, you could repeat some of the birds. Or you could just have 3 birds, but do 4 of them. It's up to you. But we also, luckily, had a lot of pigeon lovers as well. So the pigeon was February, and I made him into a messenger bag, which is behind Wendy. And let me show you the complementary strips, because these are lovely colours. Lovely, lovely colours. Really very pigeony colours. Shades of grey down to this sort of tealy colour. So he was a messenger bag. All the instructions, everything you need. There's no template, you don't need a template. That's all about measurements. But that's the instructions for that. But we also had an owl. So this, for the whole year, there are actually 14 birds in total. There are 2 extra birds. One of them was in February and one of them will be next month, but I'm not going to tell you what that is until next month. It'll be a surprise. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But the extra bird is for next month as well. So the owl, there you are, I made him into a messenger bag as well. But you can see, you know, you can make an owl peg bag, or you can make a pigeon cushion, whatever. But the owl's lovely, isn't he? He was very popular, I remember. Gorgeous. And then all the way back, right to the very, very beginning, was the wren, which is the one that I used today to show you how to make the market tote. So there's the wren. And the wren was just a simple cushion, but the wren featured around the edges of it these half square triangles, which is what I showed you today, and they are done in exactly the same way as I showed you, using the same marked ruler. So now you've learned how to do that, you can easily make the cushion. But you know, I've seen some people on Facebook have just used this set of instructions and made all of them into cushions, and they've got a whole set of bird cushions. So you're thinking, you know, like your outdoor furniture, you want some new cushions for it, you could just have a different bird all the way along. And they've used these instructions for them as well. So those are all the birds and all the instructions. I'm going to give you a sneak peek on the 26th of July is the next bird of the month. And the next bird of the month is on here. It's the magpie. Can you see him? There's the magpie. He's behind a pillow. There he is. There's the magpie. So I have made him into, hiding under my desk, a garden kneeler. So if I need to, can you see it on the overhead? There we go. So it's featuring, I'm flying geese this time because I felt birds, flying geese. So flying geese using the complementary panel. I've put handles on each side, and then on the bottom is a waterproof fabric. So you can use it for kneeling to do your weeding, or you can just use it as an outdoor cushion if you want, you know, to sit down outdoors. But also I thought we're halfway, well, I guess June, July is halfway through the whole year. We'd give you a bonus project. So this next month you've got 2 projects. You've also got the denim garden apron, which I put the great tit on. So that's got all pockets in to put your trowels, and it's got a lovely, I love that green. Oh, you've got it on a picture there on the mannequin. That's what it looks like. So in this set of instructions, next month you will have the garden kneeler and the cushion. And next month is the extra bird. And I'm not going to tell you what that is. I'm not going to tell you, because I know, and the reason we've done that is I know a lot of people don't like magpies, and it's nice to have a choice. But you'll have to wait till the 26th of July for me to tell you. I know what it is because I've got it at home, but it could be a surprise.
If you had the magpie, you've got to buy 2 anyway, because one's
Yes.
for sorrow, 2's for joy.
Well,
so
you can have your
2.
apron magpie and then your garden kneeler magpie. So this will be next month on the 26th of July when I will tell you what the new bird is.
The starling is beautiful, really beautiful. So if you want the panel on its own, grab it now while you can. It's I love these purple colours. It's the only one that's purple, isn't it? Or so far. I don't know what the surprise is. I love the colour on his, I was going to say feathers.
It's feathers. Well, it's kind of, when you see them in reality, it's very iridescent, a bit like peacocks and kingfishers are. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Really, and your pigeons they do have that beautiful bit round their necks, don't they? So thank you ever so much for joining us,
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure.
It's been fun. It's been nice for me to sit back and have a coffee.
Yeah, and we've got Yarn Lane on today.
We have.
Joy.
We've got Sam coming
later.
Well,
hopefully she'll be here any minute, so I can go and have a chat with her for an hour, talk about all things crochet, and then she can come and join you.
Yes, which will be great. I know Sam from Cheating. Before that, we're going to have a break. We're going to go into the break get ready for a tote bag. So some of the way of doing the tote bag that Rebecca talked about but didn't actually manage to show us, I will show you, so you can actually sort of crib from that one. But the instructions that are with the pattern here are very, very comprehensive and easy to follow, so it won't be a problem for you. So I will see you in just a few minutes.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. We love love designer fabric here at Sewing Street. From the vibrant colours of Kay Facet and Tula Pink to the classic designs of Liberty and William Morris and contemporary fabric by Tim Holtz. We're also proud to have wonderful guest designers in the Sewing Street family who share their patterns and designs with us. So we're celebrating our love of designers with Designer Week from Monday the 21st to Sunday the 27th of June. Join us for plenty of new designer fabrics from Kay Facet, Tula Pink, Liberty, Anna Maria Horner, Riley Blake and much more. As well as projects and inspiration live from 8 AM to 1 PM on Freeview Channel 72, Sky 670, YouTube and Facebook Live. Check out the programme guide on our website for details on what's on each day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques. I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hi, welcome back. Look at me all set up here with a sewing machine as well. Now, we were going to have a guest on the show today, Jules, but unfortunately she's not able to be here. She's okay, but she couldn't come, and we're sending her our love, and we hope to see her again very, very soon. But in the meantime, what we have here, and I'm going to flash through the demo to start with, because we've got some lovely goodies on here. If I don't get to them all, please do look on the website, because they really are beautiful. Things that you definitely want to take home. So what have we got? We have got 2 pre-printed panels, and this is to make a tote bag. Starting with the bright, which is the pink one. This is the one I'm going to be working with. Now, because I've got so much on my table here, I'm going to have to show it to you in bits. So it's a really big panel. Let me show you how big the panel is. Look at this. Hold on. Whoop. There we are, look. Look at that panel. Isn't that lovely? It's massive. This is $19.99, and what you're getting is you're getting a front and a back. So that's the front, outer back. You also get a lining front and a lining back. Now this is exclusive to us again. This has been printed especially for Sewing Street. Then we have the straps, and then we have. See, you know, like Rebecca was just saying just now about having a facing. We have a facing here as well. So we've got the facings. And then, best, look at this. Huge spare piece of fabric. Spare fabric. So that little bit there is spare as well, that bit's spare. And the other thing I love about these panels is it does actually say on the top of them what each bit is. And as Rebecca has said in the past and did today, it's a good idea to keep that little name with it. Now this is a very simple project, but I just cut it out and left it in place. So on my back here, I've actually still got that little label attached, which I'll cut off later, so I can remember which bit is which. And the other thing is it comes with the full instructions on how to make it, again printed on the panel. It's a simple make, but it's worth reading through the instructions first, just to make sure, and then it will come together beautifully and very quickly. The fabric as well is quite a sort of medium weight cotton. It's quite robust, so it's going to hold the bag really nicely. And dare I say, I won't be shot down if I say this, but if you didn't want to use the instructions on the pattern and you wanted to actually make a bag, 2 bags for instance, you could actually use the lining as a separate bag. So you could have that as an outer bag, this as a lining, or you could have that on the front, that on the back, and just use French seams, and then you basically got 2 bags. So that's really good. Also, I have used that spare piece, and I will show you what I've used it for in just a minute. So that's our first panel, that's the brights, so that's the pinks. And then what we've also got, as well as the pinks, we've got the same one in blues. Now the blues are beautiful. They really are like sort of china blues. You just fold that one up, pop it away. You're going to make me bend down and get that in a minute, aren't you? And here's the blues. So it's the same thing. We've got the handles, we've got the facings. On these beautiful blues, we've got the instructions, and then, look at that. So that's the bag front and back. Beautiful, isn't it? They just really look like watercolours. And that's the lining. And then on the other side, no, it's not the other side, the other half, because obviously, again, it's a really big piece. On the other half here, you've got the handles. You could definitely mix and match this, and you don't have to use all that. And again, you've got this spare piece here. It all that would make a really lovely cosmetic bag. So make lots of things. Oh, what has she said? So this is, Penny has said, I used the spare fabric for a pocket. So did I. But not just one pocket. It is a lovely project. The fabric is beautiful to sew with. So you cut it all out, and as Rebecca said before, it's a really good idea, because each piece is marked with the name of what it is, if you just cut those bits out as well, and it just makes it very easy to know which bit is which if you're going to follow the instructions completely. But as we're saying, you can actually get 2 or even 4 totes out of this if you use a coordinating fabric for the back, and then you can actually just do French seam, so you don't even have to line it. So these panels are completely exclusive to us at Sewing Street. And of course we had the thing. Now I'm going to do a little bit of a demo. And in order to try and get a whole bag made, I have done some bits already. So let me show you what we do. So firstly, you cut out all the pieces as the instructions tell you to do. And that's all very clear on the panel, which I've got just there. And then what I have done is I have done the first step, which is to sew the front and the back right sides together, down the sides and along the bottom. And once you've done that, you can just turn it through. Now, quite an easy way of getting the points turned through is to go into the inside of the bag and pop your thumb right into that point, finger on the top, and then push it through. And that kind of pushes it through quite nicely. So do that for both of your corners. I put my thumb into the actual corner inside, and then holding it from the outside, I can just push it through. If you've got a point turner, brilliant, use a point turner. Obviously, once you've turned it through, you do need to press. As we've always say, you want to press the seams every time. Now what I'm doing here is I'm rolling that seam between my fingers so that I can make sure that that's right on the very edge. Now this is a simple tote, so it doesn't have the box bottom. So it's a great project for beginners. It's something that younger children could have a go and do as well. especially if it's only straight seams all the way round, so you haven't got to worry about anything, any curves. Summer holidays are coming up. You can make a lovely bag. It's lovely and commodious. Don't think I want to put vegetable shopping and stuff in it. I'm going to ruin it. But it's a really lovely bag, definitely lovely for the beach. I'm looking forward to going to the beach. Oh, you could put your towel, you could put your towel, your squash. I drank quite a lot of wine last week, so I'm off the wine this week. I was on holiday. I was in a fabulous place. I was in a Warner's hotel, and yes, it was beautiful weather. We were very lucky with the weather. Did walking, rifle shooting, archery. Right, so having got the front of the bag ready, I'm going to do the back. Now, the linings. Now, the lining, just as Rebecca had said on hers, it's got a facing. So I've pinned it right sides together along the top edge. And now I'm just going to sew it. It has a 1 centimetre seam allowance. So what I'm doing to make that easy for me is I'm just going to move the needle across. So I can then use the edge of the foot as a guide along the edge of the fabric. It's just a very quick and easy way of having a centimetre seam allowance. It's not so much that it's critical that your seam allowance is dead on a centimetre, but just be consistent. So whatever you do, be consistent through all of it. So I can just use the edge of my presser foot as a guide. Now you can, I mean, this machine will go a bit faster than this, but I'm not trying to speed across, partly because I'm actually standing up, and obviously it's not ideal. So having done that, we're now going to press the seam towards the lining. So I'm pressing the seam down towards the lining. And you can see what I did is I'd left that little tab there, so I'm going to cut that off now. I don't need it. That was just to remind me which was the bag front and which was the lining. It's not that essential for this project because actually there's only a few pieces and it's quite sort of obvious, but it's just a good habit to get into. So having pressed that down, I'm now going to sew again. So I'm going to top stitch. This is all per the instructions. Again, I'm using the edge of my foot as a guide along the previous seam and just moving my needle over a couple of notches so that it's going to catch that seam allowance down underneath. So it's catching that down and it gives it a nice finish all at the same time. Aren't these fabrics together beautiful? So they do go with my nails, don't they? Apart from the one that's got a bit missing. So that's that one done now. And now we have to put the bag linings together. Now, what I did, we were talking about the spare fabric, and was it? I can't remember who it was. Was it Penny who said she'd made a bag out of it? So that's what I've made a pocket out of that. Not all of it. This is out of some of it. So I've just made a pocket, self-lined. So just have a rectangle piece which I folded in half, stitched around the side, left a turning gap so that I could then stitch it on and close the turning gap at the same time. And I've also stitched down the centre of it, so I've got a pocket for you've got to have a pocket in a bag, haven't you? A pocket for your phone, pocket for your car keys or whatever, your mask, so that's in there. And then we're going to put it right sides together. Now that pocket's on place. So that the pocket is not in the instructions. That was me using the spare fabric to do something. So again, I can just snip off that bag facing label because I don't need it anymore. I just keep them attached until I put it together. And then I'm just going to line up my seams to make sure they're lined up, front and back. Pop a pin in. And then I can stitch down to the bottom. Now what we have to do this time is we have to leave a turning gap in the bottom of the bag. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a pin in. I haven't got any more pins handy. Let me grab the pins. I'm going to put pins in, and what I do is to make sure I remember to leave a turning gap is I put cross pins. So that reminds me to stop at that point to leave a turning gap. And then I'm just going to start again, so leave a reasonable size turning gap, and then go up the other side, and I'm going to match that again at the top. If it's slightly out at the bottom, it doesn't matter, but you want the top, that seam to match beautifully. So having pinned it all the way round, we can then just sew it together. Now again, we've got to make sure that the seam allowance is the same as we've used before. So again, I'm using the edge of my presser foot as my guide to give it my centimetre seam allowance. I'll try and put these pins back in. Having said that to Rebecca, I've got to try and put them back in the right place. And just sew the seam. Now we're not worrying about neatening the seam allowances because this is lined. If you were making a bag that didn't have a lining, then I would use French seams. And if we have time, I will quickly show what a French seam is. So just stitching down, and because I've got the edge of my foot as a guide, it's nice and easy to make sure I keep nice seams. And then when I get to the bottom, swivel by leaving the needle down, raise the presser foot, pivot, and just to make sure I don't get carried away, I've come to my cross pin so I know this is where I've got to stop. And then reverse. Now on this lovely machine here, what I've got is I've got scissors, so I can just cut the thread. And then just up the other side. I'm trying very hard to put these pins back correctly now. And then zoom up the other side again. Okay, so that is back up. And again, I'm just going to trim the corners at an angle, sort of close to the stitching but not through, just so that when you turn it through, it will turn through. But before, I'm not turning it through because I'm going to put the bags together first. Just give those seams a press. So this embeds the stitches. It just helps the seam lay flat. So that bag is ready to go with the other bag now, but the next thing to do is make the handles. So the handles are done in a very simple way. I've stitched one already, but what we do is, having cut them out, fold the handle in half, wrong sides together, open it out and then fold the ends into the crease. And then once you've done that, you fold it again. So that all the raw edges are encased inside, and then we're just going to stitch close to the edge down both long edges. So again, I can just chop off bag handle. And again, I like to use the edge of my foot as a guide. So I will move the needle all the way over. On this machine, it would go to 7. So that would be about 1/8 of an inch away from the edge. So we've got, just going to stitch down here. Now I have to say, I haven't got a spare needle here, but the reason you can hear that thumping is probably because I need to change the needle. because this machine it's well loved and well used. It gets used a lot. It's the 570A. Oh, we have got some in stock, by the way. That's amazing. So what we've got 5. What we have here is we've got lots of different decorative stitches. It's got like little pull-out cards on the side with all these different stitches on it. I'll see if I can show you those in a minute. You can do some really beautiful stitches. It's also got an LCD screen. And on that screen, it's telling me what stitch I'm using. It's got the foot I need to use. So it's telling me what foot to use for the stitch I've chosen. It tells me the width of the stitch, or in the case of a straight stitch, that width button also tells me needle position, has 2 functions, and it tells me the stitch length. So all that information is right there in front of you. Also on this machine, which I particularly like, is it has the scissors. And the scissors cut the threads. They take the threads to the back and cut them off, so no more threads that you've got to pull through afterwards. It's got a stitch on the spot button, so you can fix stitch, as well as of course the reverse stitch. Now I haven't done either on these handles that I'm doing now because I'm going to sew over the ends, so I don't need to fix or lock it because it will be done when I sew over the ends. You've also got the needle up down button, and I like the way that stops with the needle down until I use the scissors, and then it raises the needle when it's taken the threads through to the back and chopped them off. Threading is simple, very easy thread path to follow. What's the price of this machine, by the way? £599. It's a little computerised machine, or you can get it on split pay for £199.99 times how many, or £199.66 times how many payments? 3 split payments. So for £199.66 you can get this super machine home and then pay for it later. You can also use it without using the, I have to look over, so these are my new glasses, okay, these are my new sewing, close glasses, but then for distance I need another pair of glasses, which I've got here. So that's why I keep looking over them. So yes, so you've got this really, it's lovely little features on here, and you don't have to use the presser foot, the foot pedal if you don't want to. You can use the stop-start button instead, and it's got the speed dial on it, so it's a beautiful machine. Anyway, back to the bag. So now I've made my 2 straps, I need to attach them to the bag. Now you can do this before you stitch front to back if you like, that's up to you. And you're going to attach them so that they are about 9 centimetres in from the side edges. But you also want to leave a little bit sticking up, about 2.5 inches. This is according to the pattern instructions. So I'm just doing it by eye, but do get a tape measure out and measure. So I've just put one across there. So again, what you want to make sure is that the strap doesn't get twisted. So it should be the same sort of both ways. And then again, about 9 centimetres and about 2.5 up, just through. Yeah, do measure it at home. I'm just doing the sort of by eye. And then to do the one on the other side, it's much easier, of course, because you've got that one to line it up with. So I can just line it up at the top. Isn't this beautiful? This fabric panel is gorgeous. Do I get to take this home? Oh! Challenge accepted. Yes, I will get it finished. So I'm just going to anchor those in place before I put the bag together, because you're going to stitch these 2 or 3 times, but to start with, we're just going to stitch across. Now I'm going to stitch quite close to the edge, about 1/4 inch, and I'm going to go backwards and forwards, just to make sure that they're anchored in and they're not twisted. So just hitting the reverse button so I can go back again. And then do the same. Don't forget, you must keep the back of the bag out of the way when you're doing this, because you obviously don't want to stitch on the back of the bag at the same time, because then you won't be able to use it as a bag. So again, forward. and backwards. And then I'm just going to do the other side. So again, you've noticed the handles are still poking up here. There's method in the madness. Now these make really long handles. So you can have this as a shoulder bag. But you can measure it on yourself if you don't want them to be this long. So forward and back. And the last one. Now in the instructions it does sort of tell you to pin it at least twice to make sure it stays straight, but what I'm doing is again, just for a bit of speed here, I'm doing it by eye. Oh, pink in the wrong side, I have pink in the green, that won't do. I'm just putting the pink pin in the green. Okay, so that is now ready for us to put the lining on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the bag itself inside the lining so that my right sides are together. So I'm just going to pop it in there, and you want to make sure those handles are hanging down out of the way. So give it a good shake. Again, if you want, you could pin them. And then I'm going to pin around the top edge. What I'll need to do is match my side seams. So I'm just going to press those open by hand. Now you can either press them open, you can press one to one side and one to the other, that's up to you. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to match up that seam, make sure that seam matches up there. So I don't know if we can see that any closer there. So there's the seam in here, we're just going to make sure that that seam there matches up. Okay, so having done that, I'm just going to pop a pin in there. Do the same the other side. Make sure that seam. Now, if you cut it accurately and you've done accurate seams, it should all match up beautifully. So again, I'm just matching up that seam. If it doesn't, and I hope it doesn't actually, because I want to show you a little trick. But if it does, I'll just talk about the little trick. So what we do is we then sort of just bring that all up and make sure, now that is matching, but if it doesn't, if one of the seams is tighter than the other one, all you need to do is snip into the seam allowance of the one that's a bit tight so that it slightly stretches to fit the other one. So that's all you need to do if you have a slight discrepancy between the two, the lining and the main fabric. I'm just putting those in. And then just pin another couple of pins on this side. I'm getting slap happy with which colour pin I'm using. I'll just bring that up to make sure it's up there. And then that's ready to sew again. Now obviously there's two ways. I can actually take the flatbed section off so that I can stitch in the round like that. If you can't do that, what you should do instead is stitch from the inside of the loop, and that way you make sure you're keeping this out of the way and you don't catch it by mistake. But I'm going to stitch from the inside, sorry, from the outside, because I've taken that off. Move my needle across again. So I've got my seam allowance, which is 1 centimetre, so I can use the edge of my foot as the guide. And then just stitch all the way around. Now I haven't worried about increasing my stitch length. It's fine because most of the time you're only going through 2 layers of fabric. It's only when you get to the seams it's a bit more. So just turn it round as you go. Just got to make sure that that handle's not caught in there. So each time I sort of stop and start so that I can remove the pins. I don't like, even if pins are at right angles, I don't like to stitch over them. And I'm just making sure it doesn't get caught underneath as well. So I get round to the start, I can just reverse stitch. That locks the stitching in. And that is now ready to turn through. Because I left a hole in the lining, thank goodness, I have been known not to, I can pull the bag through the hole in the lining. And then it will be ready. I'm going to do some more top stitching and pressing. Push out my bag bottom. Now I could do box bottoms on this. And I've now turned it through the right way, but if you imagine this was still the wrong way out, what I was saying to Rebecca earlier, what I would do to do the box bottom is when the bag is still the wrong way out, I would line up those seams on the top and the bottom and then stitch across that way. So that gives you the same box bottom as you get if you cut the square out. And then what you can do with that tab then is you then fold it up towards the seam and you just slip stitch it together there, and it just gives you a little bit more strength in the corners of your bag. So it's just another way of doing a box bottom. I'm not going to on this one because it doesn't call for it on the patterns, but you can always choose to do that. So I'm just going to press this, and I'm pressing that seam allowance in so that I can stitch across and seal that up. Now if you are making this for somebody else, you might want to slip stitch it by hand because it's the lining that you're stitching up, but you can just do, for quickness, you can actually just do it on the top but very close to the edge, which is what I shall do. So I'm just pressing those seams. So again, I'm rolling them so that they're on the outside. The seam is actually right on the fold there. Do the same for the other side. And then I will show you. So I've made a pocket out of some of that leftover fabric, but I made something else out of the rest. So that is ready there. So I'm just going to slip stitch that opening closed. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my needle all the way across as far as it will go, and then sew very close to the edge. You can go back. That's a bit too close to the edge. That's better. Just fix stitch it to start with. As I say, if you're making this as a gift, you might want to actually do that by hand so it's completely invisible. But I've just done a little bit by machine, so it's hardly visible at all, and it's on the inside. And then the last thing to do, having done that, we're going to push the lining inside the bag, push out the corners, and then press across the top, of course. So push that all the way in. And what we want is, we want that seam to be right on the top. So again, rolling it between fingers and thumb. If you find it difficult to roll, if you're making it for a friend, use a wet sponge and dampen your fingers. If you're doing it for yourself, a little bit licky spit. You could now use a decorative stitch. You could do a decorative stitch around the top, because we're going to top stitch that facing in place. So you could do a pretty floral stitch. Let's see what we've got on here. So I'm just rolling that seam right to the edge. And what you're going to do, because you're going to stitch again, and I'm going to stitch a little way down, not right at the top. You can do both. You can stitch really close to the top and then again. And doing that will hold, if you remember we had the handles a bit longer, it will hold those handles in place down there. So I'm going to start with a stitch, just a straight stitch around the top. Now I should have pressed it, but I've just finger pressed it. I'm also going to increase the stitch length. So I'm just going to move that needle over so it's about 1/4 inch away, and I'm going to increase the stitch length to 3 because it's top stitching, so its job is just to look pretty. If you've got a variegated thread, then you could use a variegated thread, and you could use one of the really lovely decorative stitches. So what this is doing is it's not only sort of helping keeping that facing in place, which it's nice to do, but it's also strengthening those handles yet again. So we've now stitched over, this is the 4th time we're stitching over those handles, so they really be nice and robust and should not pull out. So you can hear it thumping as it goes over those stitches, over those handles. Oh, and that clicking, banging sound, by the way, is my ring. Just so you don't think this machine's got some really strange noises going on. Just a strange presenter. Thanks, Elliot. I've been called many things, but that's probably one of them, yeah. I think that goes with the territory, doesn't it? Yeah, exactly, yes. Have I met John Scott? Yeah. I would never say he's weird. Would you? I think it goes to the job, doesn't it? So I'm doing this the once round. I don't know how we're doing for time. We're all right. Make sure the handle's out the way. Get back to the beginning, and I'm just going to fix stitch. So rather than reverse stitch, I'm stitching on the spot, which this machine has, and that just means you don't have a potential sort of double run of stitches, so it becomes almost impossible to see where you've joined and started, especially if you cut that first. So most of the threads, of course, have been taken to the back, so I can just chop them off at the back. So that's my first row of stitching around the bag, so it's almost complete. The only other thing I want to do is I want to do another row of stitching. So I am going to quickly look at some of these decorative ones. I'll see if I can find one that won't take too long. Let's go for 46. So 46 is a sort of shell stitch, 7mm wide. So everything is set. It's still telling me I can use my A foot. So I don't have to change the foot. So you often will change the foot if you're using a decorative stitch that's quite intense, like a satiny stitch. Then you will change the foot to your F foot usually, your satin stitch foot. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm actually going to use, as my guide this time, I'm using my previous row of stitching. And again, it just makes it a lot simpler. So am I, because I've not used this stitch on this machine. So Elliot's just said he's intrigued to see it. So let's see what it comes out at. It's just going to be a decorative stitching. You don't have to do this. You can keep it plain. You don't have to do this second row. You notice I've actually slowed the speed down a bit. I can go a little bit faster. But again, this is a better thing. When you're doing decorative stitches, you know, that your machine is going forwards, backwards, sideways, the needle is. So it's much kinder to your machine and your needle and your thread to just keep the speed reduced slightly. Now you can either do it, I'm just doing it by not putting my foot on the pedal that hard, but of course you've got the slider button that you could use instead. So it is still going quite quick, yes, definitely is, but not super quick. Can you see what it's doing? If I keep going, can you see it? Isn't it pretty? this is one of 200 stitches on this machine. This is just one. And don't forget, not only have you got the 200 stitches on the machine, you can alter them as well. So you can actually adjust the length and the width to create your own variation of the stitch. And you've got the alphabet on this one, have you? This is the first time I've used this machine, by the way. Oh my goodness, look at some of these stitches. Really beautiful. I like the way they're on these little cards that pull out the side as well, because that means you don't lose them. Yeah, so it's a fabulous little machine. If anybody's thinking of buying a machine, even if you've got one at home, if you've got a machine at home, but you're hoping to go back to classes and courses shortly, this is one to take with you because it's a nice size. It's a nice small machine, but it's still very robust. No problem going through all these layers. I mean, at the handles, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers on the handle. Then I've got 2 layers of fabric, and I'm going through all of it without any problem at all. And this needle is well used, and you can usually tell when the needle needs changing when you can hear it thumping. Oh, very beginner friendly, yes it is. This is really good. And you've got your different menus and you press the buttons on the lights and it tells you which one you're on. Oh, we have had demonstrations on it. So if you have a look on the website. Oh my goodness, and we also have it £100 cheaper than anywhere else, which is amazing. Okay, I'm just coming around to the beginning again. So again, I'm just gonna. So what I've done is so I'm just stitching on the spot here. So that locks the stitches in, but you don't. I mean, in fact, if you press the reverse button, it'll do the same thing on a decorative stitch. It will just lock. And so there is where my join is. I don't know if you can see that, Elliot. Can I point it with a different finger because I've oh, sorry. So that's the join. You can't see it because look how beautiful it's stitched. And that's that lovely decorative stitch going around the outside. I'll find it again now. Where is it? Here it is. You can hardly see it. So that's the stitch that I've just used. It's just a really simple stitch, and that's where it joined. You can just see it's slightly thicker. You can barely see. You wouldn't notice it at all. And this is a beautiful machine. So it's secured your lining in place. It's secured the handles, and you've now got a beautiful tote bag. But I didn't stop there. So what I've also done was a little spare bit of fabric that I had left. I've made this little bag here. So I can actually attach that with poppers or pins, and then I can fold this bag up and it will then sit neatly inside that one. If I just fold it up, I can pop it in. And that was just done with the spare fabric, yes. Still using the one panel. So, and what I would do is I would get some clips and little poppers, or not all magnetic snaps, yeah, so you can do a little popper and then you can pop that shut. So that's using all of those bits of fabric. So that is our lovely panel making that bag. So we're going to look at both panels again. I'm just going to unplug the iron in the machine and pop that on the floor out of the way. It's a really lovely little machine. I've enjoyed using that. What else have we got? Well, so bright panel first. This is what I've made out of the bright panel. What seam have I missed? I haven't missed a seam. You said I've missed a seam. He's trying not to let me take it home. So that's my little bag with the box bottom out of the very extra spare. Yes, the pattern is slightly different on both sides. So that's the front. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? And that's the back. But you could actually put a pocket there, you see. You wouldn't be ruining the design. If you'd use some of this fabric here for a little pocket there, that would fit beautifully there too. So this is from the Bright panel. It is full, so I've used the whole panel to make the bag, but as we were saying, actually, you could, if you wanted to, you could use the outer ones to make one bag, use French seams instead of having a lining, because it's quite a robust cotton, and then use that to make another bag. So, or you could even use that for a front of one bag, and that for the front of another bag, and etc., etc. So you could make 4 bags. So you can get a lot out of this. Or you just make one beautiful bag as I've done today. And then on the other half of the panel, you've got your handles and the 2 facing pieces. And then you have the spare, this big piece of spare. So I've used about 2/3 of it to make the inside pocket. And then the other third I've used together with the little bit at the top here to create my little carrying bag. That's why you've got a seam across here. And then I use that bit, because I don't want any bit to be left wasted, for my little strap that I can actually, you can pop this to the front of your bag so that it's hanging there all the time, and you can do that on the inside or the outside, up to you. And then when you fold up the bag, it kind of like folds into here. So that's the Brights, which has been the most popular today. And people are buying multiples, and I don't blame you, because I think you could create quite a lot out of these panels. I mean, we've got a bag, and don't forget the instructions on how to make the bag are printed there on the panel, so you have that already. And then we have the blue colourway, which is equally lovely. It's beautiful. Again, you've got the lovely pattern. Ah, interesting. So this is called the outer front, this one, which I think almost cries out for a pocket on it. And then the back is the all over, but that's really immaterial. You could use, it doesn't matter whether you use one for the back or one for the front. And then you have the lining again, in this beautiful little floral matching print. And again, you have the straps, and then the facings, and then your spare panel. So I've used the spare panel to make an inside bag, because I do like a pocket. So I've got an inside pocket in my bag. So I've made that, and I also made the little bag to put the bag in. So I've done little popcorn. I just used what was left. So basically I used 2/3 of this panel to make the inside pocket. You didn't have to make it as big, so I used about that much. And then what was left, I then attached to this piece to make this little bag. And then I used that to make the little hanging loop, which I need to popper. So this is what you can do. This is completely exclusive to us. It's £19.99. So you could see how many bags you can make out of it. You either make one beautiful bag like this as for yourself or as a gift. And remember, because it's lined, it really is quite robust. I need to give it a final press and push out the, I can do that later. I'm just pushing out those corners. But it's a very, very lovely bag. This is my favourite side, the side that they say is the back. I like that. And I've put pockets in it, so you can do that as well. They aren't in the instructions, but they're very simple to do. Just a self-lined pocket. And then a little bag to go in it. There are 2 projects today. Oh, we've got a message, Pauline. What a wonderful demonstration. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Paul. What a wonderful demonstration. Thank you for that, because I don't often do them, do I? I can, though. I do have the ability. Now, we did talk about magnetic snaps, and if you were going to put a magnetic snap in, you put it in before you put the sew around the top, when you put the bags together, and you attach it to the lining. So these are the magnetic snaps we have here. So this is one snap. So you'll have a front and a back, and then you have washers. So the way to do it is to use the washer as your template to mark the little holes, because you cut through the fabric where the little holes in the washer are, and you push the prongs of the magnetic clasp through those, put the washer on and fold it back. These are really strong ones, and it's a good idea to have it. Even in the bag, actually, that Rebecca made earlier, you know, her market tote, it's good to have one in the front, top there, especially when you've got lots of stuff in the bag. You want that little bit of security by having a magnetic snap. So very worth having, £2.99 for the one snap. It's a silver. Oh yes, these quilters mats. So we've got these beautiful quilters mats here. Now I'm going to open so we'll do the spot. Do you want me to do the spot? Oh, spot, right, lovely. Yes, this goes with what I'm wearing. What I love about these, I think anybody that does any sort of sewing, patchwork and quilting, look at this. So you have, when you open it up, I'm not sure if there's a front or a back, but you have this sort of sandpapery thing, which means that when you want to lay pieces like Rebecca was doing with her pinwheel, you can kind of lay out your pieces and it will sort of stick in place. It won't move too easily. So that's what that's really handy for. Then that's covering. Then you have a small cutting mat. So it's just a nice little cutting mat. So you get a nice little ruler, rotary cutter to do your cutting. And then on the other side, it's padded. So on both of these sides, it's padded. So I could open it out like that to get a double surface. You have got a seam here, but it's padded so that's your ironing surface. So you've got here sort of three things. You've got a cutting mat, an ironing board, and also you have this sort of sandpaper effect. And this one here, again, it's a soft sort of felty thing. So again, it will help fabrics stick in place when you lay them on and they won't all fall off. So really, really handy. They're always popular. They're perfect for, again, putting by your sewing machine if you want to be able to just do a little bit of pressing on small items quickly, if you want to lay out your patchwork pieces ready to sew, because that's what I always do. When I do patchwork, I will lay out the design and then I will pick up two bits to sew together and put them down to make sure I keep the design right. So it's very handy for that. So beautiful for classes. We have this in this beautiful print. So it's just £14.99. Or we have the same, this is a really brilliant price, in a blue and white spot. So that's £14.99. So I won't open this one because we haven't got many left. We might end up selling it. So you can use it as the iron. As I said, you can use it as the iron. Have we got any of the little irons left? No. Pretty shame because you can see them being used. They do work great with these. They really do. A lot of our guest designers love these because they are so handy to have. They really are. You just have to decide whether you want the spot or whether you want the little house. So we've got a few minutes left to do some of these other bits and pieces. Now we do have other things on the show, so if we don't get to them, do look on the website as usual. So these little gold-plated snips, they are beautiful little embroidery scissors. And they are precision cut, and they have got, as I thought, a curved blade on the end. They are 24 carat gold plated, I'm reading. Now the little curve on the bottom, I don't know if you can see that if I open, can you see how it's slightly curved? That makes it very easy to cut, I don't know if I've got any thread tails left, but cut very close to the edge of the fabric without cutting through the fabric to snip off your thread tails. Very, very handy. Yes, she will use these for her overlocker. These are really handy to have. They're my go-to scissors for snipping things. And these are brand new today. This is at Madeira, very good range of haberdashery. Very, very well known mostly for their threads. £9.49 for this little pair of gold, 24 carat gold plated precision cut scissors. They are a lovely gift. I would be very appreciative if I had that. Talking gold, these are rose gold. So these are rose gold, and these you've got, it's a nice little pack for a beginner actually, because you've got everything you need. You've got your dressmaking shears, you've got some little embroidery scissors, a little gold thimble as well as a few plastic headed gold pins. So it's a really nice little set here, £19.99 for all of that. We're thinking Christmas, again, teachers maybe, if you really like them. So it's quite a high price for a teacher. Friends that have got into sewing over lockdown to take to workshops and classes, have your own little set like that. So really lovely. We do have other things. We've got a few other bits and pieces. So please, we're running out of time. So what we need to do is you need to refer you to the website so that you can find them and buy them and still have the benefit of the P&P that you've already paid. And we have things like, we've got some, what do you call them, designer rolls. Look, designer rolls. I'm not going to show you them properly, but you can have a look on the website. These are beautiful, really lovely designer rolls. And we have little charm packs too. So we've got Yarn Lane after the break, but tomorrow on Sewing Street, we have got Anna Maria Horner Bright Eyes launch. Sounds interesting. That sounds really good. Then we've got Sew Girl All Dress with Fiona Hesford. So we've got Fiona. Oh, and then I've got Living in Loveliness with Kerry. What a treat. This is continuing with our designer week, you see. Then we've got Doris Dungarees with Fiona. Oh, is Doris the name of your cat? Oh my goodness. That's at 11 o'clock. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got Alison Glass and Jason Yentner fabrics. So it's very much about fabrics and dressmaking and living in loveliness and all sorts tomorrow. So I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be fabulous. But first, we have got Yarn Lane. So I am moving across to Yarn Lane, which doesn't take any movement from me at all because basically it's the same. So if you're watching on Facebook, go over to the Yarn Lane Facebook page. If you're watching on the TV, stay where you are. And of course, the website is yarnlane.com. So go along to that there. Same post and package applies, so do stay with us. If you are tempted by crochet, like to crochet, thinking about crochet, come along with us because we've got some lovely summer wreaths from Sam, who is a crocheteer of renown. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow, but hopefully I'll see you later.